Terrified, the young girl trembles as an aggressive pursuer finally corners her in the dark, narrow alleyway. Suddenly, a cloaked figure leaps through the air with predatory speed, closing the distance in a single bound. The assailant roughly seizes the child's shoulder, snatching a precious memento right from around her neck. Sobbing uncontrollably, the little girl reaches out desperately, begging for her stolen treasure to be returned immediately. Her pleas are met with a harsh shout to be quiet as the thief prepares to flee. A wicked grin spreads across the thief's face while she inspects the gleaming silver ring in her palm. Maniacal laughter echoes through the streets as she realizes the true nature of this strange, unfamiliar world. Left alone in the dirt, the child weeps, mourning the happy life she lost years ago. Her mind drifts back to a horrific day 3 years prior, when monsters swarmed her peaceful hometown. In a tragic moment of sacrifice, her parents gave their lives to shield her from the merciless slaughter. Following the tragedy, she was cast into a bleak orphanage where survival was a daily, grueling struggle. Cruel older children constantly bullied the weak, stealing their tiny portions of food without an ounce of remorse. Violence was the only law, with the caretaker mercilessly beating any child caught stealing to survive. Huddled among other broken orphans, she feels the crushing weight of despair and the constant threat of death. She remembers her father's gentle voice, teaching her to remain kind and forgive even in the darkest times. For 3 long years, she holds on to that fading warmth while enduring the orphanage's endless, systematic cruelty. One day, the matron demands she clean herself thoroughly for the arrival of an exceptionally important guest. Cold realization sets in as she understands the matron is selling her off like a common piece of merchandise. Haunted by the predatory gazes of those who value children only as profit, she reaches her breaking point. Driven by a final spark of desperation, she runs as fast as she can to escape that hellish place. This charm bag remains the only legacy left by Alicia's deceased family. The thief mocks the mother's warning while greedily prying the heirloom open. Alicia's heart stops as the woman utters her name with terrifying accuracy. Revealing her long search, the predator details how she tracked every specific physical trait. She notes Alicia's frail state, insisting she look presentable before a mysterious grandfather arrives. Utterly bewildered, the orphan wonders why a stranger would claim such a connection. A wild, obsessive glint takes hold of the thief's wide, unblinking eyes. She screams that the grandfather belongs to her, lunging toward the cowering child. Deep within her madness, she recalls waking up in this world with memories of a past life. Knowing the true heroine wouldn't arrive for years, she originally sought a place within the story. She mastered magic and studied relentlessly, hoping to become an influential teacher at the academy. Society's rigid class structure barred her from her goals, forcing her onto a darker path. Losing all restraint, the woman suddenly pins Alicia down and begins to strangle her. Holding a blade, she announces her desperate plan to steal Alicia's identity and future. She presents a crystallized magic stone, claiming it contains the concentrated essence of life. Looming over her victim, she explains how the stone retains the nature of its source. The ultimate goal is to overwrite Alicia's very soul with her own consciousness. While previous mages only experimented on animals, she has finally perfected the human transition. She recounts 5 years of agonizing effort spent refining the blood-soaked catalyst for this ritual. Exhaling in triumph, she reflects on the pain she suffered to ensure her rebirth as a protagonist. The woman's eye widens with a singular, terrifying focus as she envisions her inevitable victory. Because, looming over the child, she prepares to embed the stone and steal Alicia's soul and identity. As the thief pins her, suddenly Alicia stabs her hand. Then Alicia kicks her back, where her gaze sharpens dangerously as blood mists the air during their desperate and chaotic struggle. Simultaneously, shards of fragmented, painful memories of a previous life flicker briefly across the woman's fading mind, until a hauntingly empty smile begins to form on a face that has completely lost its innocence. So visions of the magic stone and her lost past swirl as Alicia's reality begins to shift. Before her eyes grow dark, and cold resolve takes hold. Thereafter, the thief grabs her, though Alicia finds a rock, and Alicia strikes her face, where the woman recoils bleeding. As the dagger falls away, while clutching her face in pure desperation, the woman curses the girl for destroying her crafted future. Afterward, Alicia stands over her fallen attacker, her expression as unfeeling as ice in the winter, and Alicia stabs her chest. Finally, she gasps in shock. The woman's eye stretches wide in disbelief as she sees Alicia's cold reflection staring back at her. Alicia peers down with an icy, detached expression that signals the end of her assailant's life. A sharp, tearing sound pierces the air as the deadly struggle reaches its swift and final climax. Blood sprays violently across the ground as the final, decisive blow is delivered with brutal force. Standing silently over the dying woman, the young girl holds the bloody weapon with unyielding resolve. The thief collapses into a growing pool of her own blood, her grand ambitions silenced forever. Alicia's face is splattered with crimson as she exhales, her childhood innocence seemingly vanished in the darkness. Gripping the hilt of the dagger, she realizes that her hands are now stained with another's life. A flood of fragmented memories and alien knowledge from the woman begins to settle into her mind. She contemplates the woman's decades of effort, all wasted for the sake of a fictional game world. With her new awareness, she identifies her surroundings as a grand kingdom within a world of magic. Alicia ruthlessly smashes the magic stone with a rock, shattering the woman's only hope for a rebirth. She discards the remnants into the shadows, ensuring that the evidence of this encounter remains hidden. Walking away from the gruesome scene, the small child carries the weight of a world-changing secret. The sun shines over the quiet exterior of the church orphanage as the day begins normally elsewhere. Inside the building, the headmistress rages at the other orphans about Alicia's mysterious and sudden disappearance. Hiding behind a bush, Alicia watches the chaotic scene through a window, with a predatory focus. Moving like a ghost, she slips back into the dark hallways of the place she once feared. She discovers a man passed out in a drunken stupor, surrounded by empty bottles and filth. Knife in hand, Alicia stands over the sleeping man, ready to settle another score from her past. The sharp blade glints in the shadows as it descends toward the defenseless, drunken man. Alicia ruthlessly plunges the dagger home, blood spraying as she executes her silent vengeance. The victim lets out a final, pained gasp before life fades completely from his eyes. Pulling the stained steel back, the young girl stands amidst the consequences of her dark resolve. Her gaze remains hollow as she processes the fragmented, alien memories of a world she shouldn't know. She recalls the false kindness of the orphanage priest, a man who profited from their suffering. Disgust twists her features while she considers the hollow nature of everyone who ignored the children's plight. Looking down at the corpse, she realizes that the town and its cruel institutions are utterly irredeemable. Dark thoughts consume her as she declares that every aspect of this wretched existence is completely worthless. Carefully bandaging her wounds, Alicia refuses to accept that her life is merely a scripted piece of entertainment. She envisions her parents' loving faces, refusing to let their tragic sacrifice be belittled by a game. Securing her remaining possessions, she rejects the predetermined path set by the thief's strange, fragmented visions. Alicia vows to survive on her own terms, her eyes burning with a fierce and newfound independence. Narrative fragments describe the world as part of a romance story known as Silverwing's Love. She realizes the woman intended to usurp her role as the bright, cheerful protagonist of this reality. The story designated her as a kind orphan who would eventually be discovered by high-ranking nobility. Her future was supposedly filled with school life, royal suitors, and a guaranteed happy ending after trials. Contempt fills her heart as she adamantly rejects being a mere puppet for someone else's scripted play. Realizing her instinctive rejection limited the thief's knowledge, Alicia knows she must move forward with incomplete information. Deciding to head toward the nearest large city, she disappears into the forest to find a hiding place. Alicia reaches the city gate, hesitant because of the 1 silver coin tax required for every traveler to enter. She recalls the woman was an adventurer, a mercenary expert in exploring dangerous lands and hunting savage monsters. Adventurers with high guild ranks enjoy the privilege of passing through city gates freely without paying standard fees. Heavy winds sweep across the sky, her feet ache within her sandals. Gasping for air, she measures her travel progress by the echoing bells that chime throughout the valley every 4 hours. Despite gaining immense knowledge, she remains a 7-year-old child whose physical stamina is extremely limited on this long road. Finding a quiet spot beneath a tree, she sits down to rest her exhausted body and check her supplies. She continues her trek through the woods. The cool water from her canteen provides a moment of relief from the heat as she drinks deeply. A violent coughing fit suddenly overtakes her, highlighting the dangerous physical strain of her frantic and desperate escape. Opening her pack, she breaks apart a rare loaf of white bread to satisfy her growing, persistent hunger. White bread is a high-class luxury, a stark contrast to the dense black bread usually eaten by common peasants. She remembers her father apologizing for their simple food, unaware back then of her mother's true noble background. Sadness clouds her eyes while she eats, reflecting on the humble but happy life her family once shared together. Deep in thought, she considers the cruel twists of fate that led her to this dark and lonely path. Pushed by starvation, she quickly finishes her meager meal to sustain her strength for the many miles remaining. She carefully wraps her bleeding feet with strips of cloth, steeling herself to continue the grueling walk through the forest. Securing her leather canteen once more, she prepares to move again before the fading daylight disappears completely. Along the way, she samples wild berries from the bushes, though their overwhelming sourness makes her wince in discomfort. Alicia pauses her journey to think, considering the difficult road ahead and the resources she has left. Resting in the forest, she turns her attention to the heavy pack filled with the thief's stolen belongings. She estimates her food rations will last for 3 days if she eats sparingly during her long trek. While digging deeper into the bag, she suddenly discovers an object she hadn't noticed during the initial chaos. It is a thick, leather-bound book, an expensive item that indicates the thief's master was someone of status. Spreading her supplies on a cloth, she inventories her potions, herbs, coins, and various foods for the journey. She opens the ancient volume to find detailed notes written on rare parchment, revealing the thief's hidden side. A realization strikes her that the woman probably betrayed her own teacher to obtain such a valuable record. Despite her young age, the memories she absorbed allow her to decipher the complex script within the pages. Hunger forces her to sample some of the dried meat, but the foul, bitter taste is almost too much. She immediately spits out the rancid food, her body rejecting the low-quality sustenance provided in the pack. Using the medicinal herbs she found, she carefully disinfects her wounds before tightly wrapping them with clean bandages. Her gaze hardens with a cold, piercing intensity as she prepares to make a drastic change to her appearance. Considering the dangers of being a lone girl, she decides that a disguise is necessary for her safety. Without a moment of hesitation, she uses her sharp dagger to ruthlessly hack away her long, golden hair. She reflects on how, until very recently, the crushing weight of darkness had always terrified her gentle heart. A venomous snake slithers nearby as she recounts her past fears of pain, starvation, and the burden of loneliness. Her eyes lose their remaining warmth, replaced by the calculating survival instincts of the woman she killed. With lightning-fast reflexes, she lunges forward and pins the dangerous reptile to the ground with a single strike. Now sporting short hair and a grim resolve, she realizes she is no longer afraid because she understands survival. By the next afternoon, Alicia finds a campsite and determines she has some time before anyone arrives. She trots over to the stone fire pit to investigate the remnants of the previous traveler's stay. Stirring the cold ashes, she notes the lack of heat and realizes the site was abandoned hours ago. To complete her transformation into a boy, she begins rubbing dirt into her short golden hair. She observes that her natural hair color is far too conspicuous and must be thoroughly dulled for safety. Spreading her stolen possessions out, she carefully inventories her potions, supplies, and the significant amount of coin. Inspecting the thick book, she marvels at the detailed notes written on rare and expensive parchment. Alicia deduces that the thief must have stolen this precious record from a high-ranking magic instructor. Sitting beneath a tree, she utilizes her absorbed knowledge to begin studying the complex magical texts. While munching on bitter medicinal herbs, she realizes they will serve as perfect materials for her education. She recalls seeing older orphans at the church using basic lifestyle magic to start cooking fires. Her memory categorizes the 6 standard types of lifestyle magic, including sparks, water, light, and wind. She learns that the thief struggled to understand why these spells were classified as non-elemental magic. Touching her hair, Alicia decides that maintaining a masculine appearance is essential to avoid unwanted attention. Walking deeper into the woods, she determines that mastering lifestyle magic is her most urgent priority. She contemplates the nature of mana, the energy refined from atmospheric elements and stored within the body. Effective casting requires a perfect mental image and an activation word triggered by sensing internal energy. Despite her focus, she is unable to feel the flow of mana and grows increasingly frustrated. Deducing that blood serves as a catalyst for magic stones, she realizes mana must inhabit her bloodstream. Closing her eyes, she presses her fingers to her wrist to feel the pulse of her own life force. Concentrating deeply, Alicia tries to sense the minute flow of mana circulating within her small, frail body. She sighs in disappointment, unable to determine if the faint sensation was actual magic or mere imagination. Plucking berries, she realizes the fastest way to learn is direct experience. Though she must avoid other people, she begins practicing basic combat maneuvers, swinging her stolen dagger through the air with a shaky grip. Observing the slow speed of her movements, she attempts to mimic the combat skills stored in her memories. The absorbed knowledge explains that true skills are techniques etched into the soul through tireless, repetitive training. As she continues her practice, the dead woman's combat experiences begin to surface naturally in her mind. Despite the intrusive memories, Alicia remains steadfast in her identity, determined to never lose her sense of self. She recalls her attacker's insane belief that the magic stone would facilitate a perfect soul and body transfer. Even if successful, she suspects the ritual would only copy memories rather than actually transferring a human soul. The sun begins to set over the dense forest canopy, casting long and eerie shadows across the path. Approaching a clearing, she spots the warm glow of a campfire and wonders who might be resting there. From the safety of the dark thicket, she observes a large, solitary figure sitting silently by the flames. The massive stranger remains still, his back turned to the woods while the fire crackles softly between them. Suddenly, a booming voice commands her to come out, startling her and forcing her to freeze in place. Terrified of being caught by a potentially dangerous bandit or monster, she remains hidden within the dense brush. Sweat beads on her forehead as the gravity of her situation becomes clear and her heart begins racing. Her hand trembles with fear as she realizes her presence has been completely compromised by the watchful stranger. Without another second to lose, she kicks off the ground and prepares to bolt into the dark forest. Panicked and desperate, the young girl sprints away from the campfire as fast as her legs can carry her. Her feet pound against the forest floor as she flees deeper into the dark, tangled woods. Sprinting through the dense undergrowth, she hopes the thick foliage will mask her desperate escape route. Heavy, disciplined footsteps follow close behind, confirming that the massive stranger is now actively hunting her. Despite her frantic pace and small stature, the gap between her and her pursuer continues to shrink. Terrifyingly, the large man moves with complete silence, his footsteps making no sound against the dry leaves. Clinging to her stolen cloak, she pushes her tired lungs to the limit to avoid being caught. Her eyes sharpen with intense focus while she desperately scans the shadows for a way to survive. The stranger suddenly appears from behind a tree, catching her completely off guard in the dim light. A sudden blur of motion cuts through the air, signaling a swift and dangerous attack from the darkness. He lunges through the trees with predatory speed, closing the distance between them in a single breath. Briefly losing sight of him, she pauses to catch her breath while sensing his lingering, deadly presence. A heavy object whistles through the air with lethal intent. Aimed directly at the fleeing young girl, the weapon strikes a nearby tree with bone-shattering force, sending shards of wood flying everywhere. Her heart nearly stops as she realizes a massive axe is now embedded inches from her head. The man was intentionally suppressing his presence, using the shadows to track her exact position with ease. Realizing she cannot outrun such a fast opponent, she draws her dagger to make a final stand. Driven by pure survival instinct, she turns to face the giant, knowing she must fight or die. Steeling her nerves, she prepares for a suicidal clash against a foe many times her own size. The small girl lunges forward, but the warrior effortlessly blocks her strike with his massive armored arm. Knocked backward by the overwhelming impact, she tumbles through the dirt and loses her footing completely. Gasping for breath, Alicia lies wounded on the forest floor after the warrior's overwhelming and precise counterattack. The massive silhouette of the adventurer looms over her, his initial combat stance turning into genuine confusion. He urgently shouts for her to stay conscious, realizing the small girl is badly injured and fading fast. Darkness sweeps over her vision as the immense physical toll of her escape finally forces her into unconsciousness. Upon waking, the man apologizes profusely, admitting he mistook her small, agile form for a forest monster. Now safe at his campsite, she hungrily devours grilled snake meat while he warmly encourages her to eat. Sitting beside the crackling fire, the adventurer asks why such a small child is wandering alone without parents. The man's expression softens with kindness as he gently inquires if her injuries are still causing her pain. Alicia shakes her head silently, feeling the unexpected warmth of the first kind gesture she has received recently. He explains that he used light magic to heal her, though his block accidentally shattered her crude knife. To make amends, he pulls out a sturdy hunting knife used for monster dismantling and offers it to her. Taking the heavy blade, she offers a quiet thank you to the man she identifies as an old uncle. The adventurer recoils in shock, defensively clarifying that he is actually only 20 years old and quite young. He sighs at her bluntness while she observes his comical reaction with a neutral and unblinking gaze. A sudden change in his expression suggests he is intrigued by the child's remarkably mature and stoic personality. Laughing heartily, he ruffles her short hair and declares that children are meant to be happy and smile. Seizing the moment, Alicia asks him to teach her the fundamental secrets of sensing and controlling internal magic. Stunned by the request, he listens as she explains that survival is impossible without mastering various lifestyle spells. He explains that magic is something one must feel internally as a flow rather than being formally taught. Contemplating the reversed order of her learning, she asks if the warrior can wield high-level and powerful magic. The man explains he uses physical enhancement magic, warning the young girl to step back for her safety. He takes a wide stance in the clearing, concentrating his internal energy, while Alicia watches with intense curiosity. Suddenly, a powerful surge of mana erupts around him, visibly strengthening his muscles and creating a shimmering aura. Alicia gazes at the raw display of power, her eyes wide as she witnesses magic for the first time. She whispers her amazement at the technique, feeling the air vibrate from the intense pressure of his mana. Walking forward despite the danger, she feels an overwhelming sense of intimidation radiating from his transformed physical state. She reaches out to touch the mana flowing through his arm, seeking to understand the sensation of power. A sudden burst of energy knocks her backward, the force of his reinforcement far stronger than she anticipated. Falling into the dirt, she ignores the man's angry scolding about the dangers of getting too close. Looking at her hands, she realizes that the tingling sensation confirms her theory about the true nature of magic. The adventurer helps her up, completely unaware that the child has just grasped the fundamental essence of mana. She confirms that magical energy flows through the blood, providing the very life force needed to fuel spells. Her quiet revelation startles the man, who stares at the small child with a mixture of confusion and shock. He asks if she is already attempting to mimic his advanced reinforcement technique after seeing it only once. With a subtle, knowing smile, Alicia declares that she has finally captured the elusive feeling of magical flow. Laughing off her intense focus, the man ruffles her hair and insists that she enjoy her childhood more. He warns her that physical enhancement magic rapidly drains mana and can cause total exhaustion if overused constantly. The man remains thoughtful, wondering about the mysterious circumstances surrounding this remarkably talented and strange little girl. Alicia calls him an old man again, prompting a weary and frustrated sigh from the exhausted young adventurer. Ultimately, he decides to let her stay for the night, slapping his knee with a final, booming resolution. Feld declares that he will spend the entire next day teaching Alicia the fundamental basics of survival. He grins with a terrifyingly enthusiastic expression, telling the young girl to prepare herself for the challenge. Alicia stares at him with a stunned and bewildered look, wondering what she has gotten herself into. Introducing himself as Feld, the kind-hearted warrior promises to drill the essential techniques into her small frame. First, he asks the girl if she has ever seen her own numerical status values before this moment. He explains that a status represents a person's hidden ability information, which can be viewed through special appraisal. When Alicia asks if he can use it, Feld admits he only recently mastered the skill himself. To illustrate the concept, he uses a stick to carve her current ability scores into the soft dirt. The numbers reveal Alicia has low mana and stamina, resulting in a total combat power of only 21. Feld notes her weakness is normal for a child, while Alicia silently acknowledges her pathetic lack of strength. Suddenly, he tosses a small, circular object toward her, which she catches with both of her bandaged hands. He identifies the item as an appraisal crystal, a tool that assists users in quantifying their internal power. He instructs her to peer into the crystal while focusing on her desire to see her own strength. The crystal begins to glow as it processes her request, vibrating slightly in her palm during the activation. A translucent window appears, showing a detailed breakdown of her physical attributes and meager magical reserves for review. After she succeeds, Feld challenges her to test her new understanding by appraising his much higher power level. The crystal reveals Feld's massive combat power, which nearly doubles when he activates his body reinforcement magic. Seeing the astronomical difference, Alicia realizes the vast gulf between a child and a seasoned professional adventurer. She asks how many repetitions are required to learn the skill naturally without the aid of a crystal. Feld explains that these crystals are expensive, consumable items costing 3 silver coins for every 10 uses. The forest remains still as the morning sun filters through the ancient, towering trees during their training session. Meanwhile, thick bushes and tangled undergrowth hide the movement of predators and prey deep within the vast wilderness. Suddenly, Feld crouches low, instructing Alicia to remain silent and avoid making any unnecessary noise during the hunt. Furthermore, he explains how to sense the atmospheric mana to blend in and mask her presence from animals. While watching her closely, Feld warns that hesitation in the wild leads to failure and potentially fatal consequences. Consequently, they navigate the dense thickets together, putting the theoretical lessons of stealth and tracking into immediate practice. Then, sensing something nearby, Feld signals for a complete halt as he keeps a vigilant lookout for any movement. A heavy silence falls over the clearing while the pair waits for their target to emerge from concealment. Suddenly, a violent rustle breaks the quiet as a wild beast lunges from the shadows with surprising speed. As Alicia watches the unfolding action, she observes how a professional hunter handles a dangerous and sudden encounter. Soon after, they stand over their fallen quarry as Feld begins the task of field dressing the carcass. Feld grins broadly after finishing the work, telling her they must move quickly to the next hunting ground. During the processing, he explains the proper methods for finding prey and ensuring that absolutely nothing goes to waste. Alicia attempts to handle a carcass herself, struggling with the heavy weight and the messy reality of survival. As daylight fades, the forest seems peaceful, though the hidden lessons of life and death continue completely unabated. Later, the young girl practices her lunges, trying to maintain her footing while attacking small targets in the brush. She pushes herself to the absolute limit, running through the woods until her legs feel heavy as lead. Exhausted, she slumps against a tree trunk and gasps for air, drained by the relentless and grueling training schedule. Back at camp, Feld prepares to grill their fresh catch while Alicia sits nearby, completely worn out from work. Finally, with a simple finger snap, the warrior ignites the campfire using a spark of basic elemental lifestyle magic. Feld declares he will spend the entire next day teaching Alicia the fundamental basics of survival. Subsequently, he grins with a frighteningly intense expression, telling the young girl to be prepared for work. Meanwhile, Alicia stares at him with a stunned and bewildered look, wondering what she has gotten into. Introducing himself as Feld, the kind-hearted warrior promises to drill the essential techniques into her small frame. First, he asks the girl if she has ever seen her own numerical status values before. Furthermore, he explains that a status represents personal ability information, which can be viewed through special appraisal. Next, Feld uses a stick to carve her current power levels into the dirt to illustrate the concept. These numbers reveal Alicia has very low mana and stamina, totaling a combat power of only 21. While Feld considers this normal for a child, Alicia silently acknowledges her own pathetic lack of strength. Suddenly, he tosses a small translucent object toward her, which she catches with both bandaged hands. Feld then identifies the item as an appraisal crystal, a tool that quantifies power into readable numbers. He instructs her to peer into the crystal while focusing on the desire to see her strength. The crystal begins to glow as it processes her request, vibrating slightly in her palm during activation. A translucent window appears, showing a detailed breakdown of her physical and meager magical attributes. After she succeeds, Feld challenges her to test her new understanding by appraising his much higher level. This reveals Feld's massive combat power, which spikes significantly when he uses his physical reinforcement magic. Seeing the astronomical difference, Alicia realizes the vast gulf between a child and a seasoned professional adventurer. Consequently, she asks how many repetitions are required to master the skill naturally without relying on aid. However, Feld explains that appraisal crystals are expensive consumables, making natural skill acquisition essential for her. Finally, he declares the foundations complete and bolts into the woods to start their first hunting session. Alicia demands one more round of training despite her visible and overwhelming exhaustion, then lunges at Feld with her newly acquired and sharp hunting dagger, while panting heavily through her intense and building physical fatigue. So Feld offers crucial advice about managing mana to avoid a total collapse. until Alicia lies on the grass, completely spent from her grueling effort, whereby he uses a healing spell while warning that reaching 0 mana is fatal, because a mental image of a wolf serves as a reminder of nearby danger. Subsequently, Feld commends her progress in mastering body reinforcement in dagger skills. Then she listens as he explains the mana consumption needed for battle efficiency. As throughout their session, Feld treats the girl with the respect of a warrior, further rewarding her hard work with a warm smile and a gentle pat. While the sun sets over the forest as their time together ends, consequently Feld shoulders his bag and prepares to continue his lonely journey. Although he acknowledges that she has learned enough survival basics to live alone, Alicia stares at the ground, processing the loss of her first real protector, as the adventurer watches her with kindness, hoping she finds safety. So he kneels for a final goodbye, telling her to grow even stronger. Further feeling the warmth of his hand, Alicia experiences a moment of comfort. Then she softly agrees to his farewell, holding on to his genuine kindness. Finally, Feld waves as he disappears into the trees, ending their short time together. Watching Feld's large, dependable back, Alicia reflects on the unexpected kindness he showed to a complete stranger. A flicker of memory crosses her mind, reminding her of a warmth she hasn't felt in years. In a distant flashback, she sees her younger self joyfully running toward her father's loving, open arms. The vision fades as she watches Feld disappear into the distance, leaving her truly alone once more. Steeling her heart, she accepts that she can no longer depend on the protection of others for survival. She focuses her senses, listening to the subtle whispers of the forest while preparing for the long night. The memory of her parents' happy smiles serves as a final, bittersweet anchor to her former life. With a determined stride, the small girl ventures deeper into the wilderness, embracing her role as an outcast. Total darkness envelops her surroundings, yet she remains remarkably calm amidst the thick and rustling forest shadows. Channeling her newly discovered mana, she successfully produces a tiny, flickering spark at the tip of her finger. Concentrating further, she follows the distant rhythmic sound of running water to find a nearby river source. She effortlessly manifests a clear drop of water, proving she has finally mastered the basics of lifestyle magic. Perched high upon a sturdy branch, she observes the quiet town from afar under the pale moonlight's glow. The distant orphanage looms below, a place of misery that she has finally left far behind her. Shadows of the townspeople whisper rumors about the dead adventurer, speculating about the cause of her violent end. Other orphans continue their grueling labor, while a new master arrives to take control of the bleak institution. Alicia reaches out to touch the blood-stained ground, a grim reminder of the lives she has already taken. A cold, dark aura settles over her features as she fully internalizes the ruthless nature of her reality. Dark droplets fall as she quietly acknowledges the monstrous transformation occurring deep within her own young soul. Holding the glowing magic stone in her bloodied palms, she prepares to forge a path of absolute power. Alicia reveals a dark ambition to become the true heroine of this twisted and dangerous world. Disguised as a common boy, she continues her lonely journey through the silent and dense forest. Pausing to rest, she scoops up a handful of loose soil to test its physical properties. She prepares to practice a new type of lifestyle magic to increase her chances of survival. Examining the granules closely, she searches for the best way to apply her growing internal energy. Having mastered basic sparks and water, she focuses on learning the versatile art of hardening materials. This common construction magic solidifies raw earth into durable bricks, significantly shortening various building processes. Her first attempt to magically compress the dry earth results in it crumbling uselessly through her fingers. She experiments by adding a few drops of water, creating a malleable mud that holds its form. Closing her eyes, she tries to bind the particles together, using only the focused flow of mana. A sudden surge of power causes the dirt to instantly solidify into a heavy and jagged stone. Surprised by the successful manifestation, she marvels at the solid object resting within her small palm. She realizes that using mana as a binder yields much stronger results than using water alone. Testing the stone's durability, she hurls the magically enhanced projectile toward a massive and nearby tree. The projectile shatters upon impact with a sharp crack, proving it can serve as a lethal weapon. Although satisfied with her progress, she acknowledges that her casting speed still requires much more refinement. Later, she visits a nearby stream to wash the layers of thick grime from her face. Peering into the clear water, she confronts the reflection that links her to a tragic past. The water reveals her vibrant hair, a striking pinkish blonde legacy inherited from her noble and deceased mother. She realizes mud can serve as a better hair dye than ash to hide her recognizable features. The dense forest stands silent as Alicia navigates the secluded path during her intense independent practice session. She concentrates her mana once more, attempting to master the difficult hardening spell on a piece of earth. Within her small palm, the dirt remains perfectly still as she focuses her mental energy on the task. Poking the material, she finds it yielding and squishy. Realizing her first few attempts have completely failed, suddenly a bright flash of magical light indicates a successful casting of the versatile hardening technique. A small, solid stone now sits in her hand, proving she can finally solidify raw earth at will. She observes that the clay in this area consists of very fine particles, making it ideal for magic. To test the spell's effectiveness, she hurls a magically hardened stone at a nearby tree with force. The projectile strikes the trunk with a sharp crack, demonstrating its potential as a lethal range weapon. Alicia marvels at the solid object, knowing this simple magic is the key to her continued survival. She gathers more materials in a small clearing, determined to master every basic spell before the day ends. Closing her eyes, she tries to follow Feld's advice about sensing the subtle flow of atmospheric mana. She catches a faint whiff of smoke on the breeze, recognizing the distinct scent of a distant campfire. Merging her energy with the wind, she prepares to cast the fourth type of basic lifestyle magic. A powerful gust of wind swirls around her, confirming her successful mastery of the flowing wind spell. Afterwards, she sits by the riverbank, kneading mud between her hands to practice shaping and hardening simultaneously. Noticing the scent of fire has faded, she realizes she must finish her training before the night falls. She uses her hardening magic on a shaped lump of mud, successfully creating a solid stone basin. The rough vessel is then filled with smaller stones, allowing her to practice controlling multiple objects at once. Finally, she uses her flowing water magic to fill the basin, providing a reliable source of hydration. Alicia gasps for air, looking physically drained from the intense and building physical fatigue of the day. Back at the campsite, she successfully practices her spark magic to ignite a small, crackling cooking fire. While waiting for her meal, she ponders the deep connection between mana flow and internal physical sensations. The young girl focuses on the fire's heat, trying to understand the true essence of fire mana. She shifts her focus to the evening breeze, attempting to perceive the subtle flow of wind mana. Staring into the flames, she attempts to grasp the fundamental nature of mana's constant and internal movement. Feld abruptly interrupts her thoughts, announcing that their next round of intensive training begins immediately without delay. Alicia asks Feld about combat skills, curious about the techniques used by professional warriors in actual battle. She inquires about the process of learning these skills, hoping to gain a significant and tactical advantage. Feld explains that high-level techniques are usually passed down from masters or learned at official guilds. He begins correcting her posture and grip, showing her the proper way to hold a heavy dagger. The warrior identifies the flaws in her current technique, noting her previous style was quite reckless and unrefined. They spar relentlessly. Despite the overwhelming gap in skill, she remains intensely focused on every single one of his professional movements. Feld watches her progress with a calm, analytical gaze, noting her remarkable speed and her natural talent. Feld knocks her back. Alicia lunges low. Sweat pours down her face as her physical limits are pushed further than ever before during this training. He flips her over. As the session ends, Feld reflects on the girl's dangerous life and her need for adult protection. Alicia spends a considerable amount of time meticulously applying mud to her hair to darken her distinctive features. She skillfully bundles dried insect-repellent grass at the tree's base, unsure if she is using it correctly. Perched high on a branch, she cautiously observes a distant campfire, vowing to avoid any human contact. Focusing intently, she senses the presence of small animals nearby as she holds a small foraged berry. She contemplates her mother's old stories about spirits and fairies being the true sources of the world's mana. While eating, she wonders which specific spirits permeate this forest, generating the magical energy she now senses. Alicia questions whether the trees themselves emanate water or earth-based mana, trying to categorize the energy around her. She associates light magic with white and earth with yellow, meticulously organizing her understanding of the spectrum. Her thoughts turn to fire as red and wind as green, further refining her perception of the elements. She stares into the shadows, finding it strange that she can now perceive darkness as a physical energy. By imagining colors intensely, she transforms the once empty darkness into a vibrant, swirling sea of magical light. From her high vantage point, the entire forest floor glows with a beautiful and complex tapestry of colors. Her eyes widen with realization as she confirms that this supernatural sight is certainly not her imagination. This newfound ability to see colored mana persists even into the following day, forever changing her reality. She recognizes that if this vision is truly an anomaly, it could become her most potent survival weapon. Looking up, she plans to blend her internal mana with the yellow and blue hues of the environment. Activating her stealth skill, she attempts to vanish completely into the surrounding foliage and shadows. She concentrates on suppressing her presence, focusing every ounce of her will on remaining silent and undetected. A crunching sound under her sandal reveals the difficulty of moving quietly over the uneven and debris-filled ground. Gasping for air, she realizes maintaining perfect stealth requires constant, grueling micro-adjustments of her internal magical energy. Deciding she has no choice but to push forward, Alicia prepares for another session of difficult magical training. She successfully channels internal mana into her canteen, manifesting a steady and reliable stream of clean, flowing water. While replenishing supplies, she realizes her food is dwindling and she must eventually venture toward the nearest town. Suddenly, a snake rustles through the grass nearby, presenting a perfect opportunity for a real-world survival test. She watches the reptile intently, noting that it seems completely unaware of her hidden presence in the brush. Confident that her stealth skills are working perfectly, she slowly reaches for the hilt of her sharp dagger. She strikes with lethal precision. Alicia inspects her catch, satisfied that she has secured enough protein to sustain her ongoing journey. Securing more food? After finishing her mandatory daily combat drills, she begins experimenting with a handmade and surprisingly effective leather sling. This simple weapon allows a small child to deliver high-velocity strikes against enemies from a safe distance. After an hour of intense practice, she discovers that infusing the sling with mana significantly increases her accuracy. She realizes the cord responds to her energy. The next morning arrives, and she carefully secures her meager belongings into her travel pack for the road. Shouldering her heavy bag, she finally sets out toward the distant town to begin her new life. She travels across vast open fields. While walking, she maintains a constant flow of mana to keep her eyes sharp and body reinforced. She reflects on the remaining lifestyle spells, light and dark, which operate on entirely different magical principles. Utilizing her newfound vision of elemental colors, she attempts to manifest a tiny floating orb of pure light. The darkness no longer frightens her. Alicia continues walking across the vast plains, analyzing the mechanics and duration of her basic light magic spell. She considers how to refine her mana consumption by treating her energy like oxygen feeding a small flame. Suddenly, her small blade erupts with a brilliant white glow as she successfully activates the light magic technique. Switching focus instantly, she chants the command for darkness to test the counterpart of her newly mastered spell. As a carriage passes by, the young girl hides in the tall grass to avoid any unwanted attention. She realizes the potential of these contrasting abilities for both utility and survival in the dangerous world outside. Acknowledging that the dark spell requires even more precise control and dedicated practice to become truly useful, with her basic magical training complete for now, Alicia resumes her trek toward the distant city of her destination. Her worn sandals kick up dust as she follows the dirt road, determined to reach safety before nightfall. She contemplates her next move carefully. Despite the dangers of the nocturnal wild, she decides that moving under the cover of night is necessary. Her specialized vision reveals the forest filled with floating motes of colorful mana, illuminating the dark landscape beautifully. Finally, the massive stone walls and glowing lights of the capital city emerge against the dark night sky. Standing before the imposing and locked city gates, she realizes entry will be difficult for a lone orphan. She recalls the rigid social structure where one's status dictates their legal rights and their freedom of movement. The high-ranking nobles reside at the top of the hierarchy, enjoying the privilege of traveling anywhere without restrictions. Below them, common citizens must pay high taxes and tolls just to move between different regions of the kingdom. Those categorized as free people or wanderers face even harsher fees, forced to pay every single time they enter. At the very bottom are the slaves, individuals with absolutely no freedom, who are bound to their master's whims. Approaching the intimidating gate guard, Alicia prepares to use every trick she has learned to gain entry safely. Alicia rests on a branch, realizing she cannot join the Adventurers Guild without reaching at least combat level 1. From her hidden vantage point, she watches two other children trek through the forest toward the city walls. Recalling the dead thief's memories, she identifies a secret entrance to bypass the heavily guarded main gates. She carefully approaches the towering white stone walls, remaining low to avoid detection from any passing patrols. Ducking behind dense bushes, she waits for the perfect moment to slip through the city's perimeter undetected. Alicia discovers a small drainage tunnel leading directly into the heart of the capital's poorest district. Emerging into the dilapidated slums, she wonders where a homeless child might find food without raising suspicion. The lack of elemental mana in the city makes it significantly harder for her to suppress her presence. She wanders into a deserted courtyard containing an old well and various scattered broken wooden crates. Thirsty and tired, she begins hauling up a bucket of water from the deep, dark stone well. Suddenly, a harsh voice rings out, catching her completely off guard and forcing her to freeze instantly. Two street urchins confront her, aggressively demanding to know who gave her permission to use their well. The older boy glares with hostility, while a younger girl clings to him with a worried expression. Recognizing them as the pair from earlier, Alicia listens as they demand a fee for the water. Her eyes grow cold as she looks down, unimpressed by the petty bullying of these desperate children. A sudden chilling aura emanates from her, causing the two attackers to recoil in genuine invisible terror. She acknowledges that everywhere has its own rules, flicking a silver coin into the air with casual indifference. The precious silver piece spins through the air, catching the light as it falls toward the reaching boy. Stunned, the boy looks at her, addressing her as Big Brother while trying to comprehend her strange behavior. However, greed quickly returns as he chases after her, demanding even more money if she truly has it. Alicia declares with chilling intensity that she will seize the role of the protagonist in this cruel world. Suddenly, the street urchin lunges, but she counters his clumsy attack with lethal and practiced speed. She instantly pins the boy down, pressing a sharp dagger against his terrified and trembling throat. Abruptly, a sudden, piercing scream from a distance catches her attention, forcing her to momentarily hesitate and listen. In the background, a ragged man stumbles into the clearing, drawing the eyes of the desperate children. Remaining vigilant, she keeps her weapon ready while carefully assessing this new and potentially lethal threat. With a sharp gaze, she identifies the man's intentions, devoid of any remaining empathy for the orphans. While Shuri sobs nearby, Alicia maintains her cold and detached vigil over the chaos in the courtyard. A heavy presence looms as an aggressive man approaches, demanding absolute obedience from the helpless orphans nearby. Unfazed, she asks for directions to a shop that trades with vagrants, showing no fear of him. Thereafter, she begins to walk away, leaving the stunned siblings behind in the dust of the courtyard. A middle-aged drunkard roars, furious that they used the well without his explicit and legal permission. A disheveled man charges forward, swinging a heavy wooden stick at the children who cannot hide. Viciously, he demands payment for the water, ignoring the boys' cries that they have no money left. Quietly observing, Alicia realizes the predictable and brutal nature of power dynamics within this lawless slum district. The aggressor sneers while snatching their meager copper coins, complaining about the pathetic amount they managed to gather. Panicked, the older brother begs the man to leave the bread for his starving little sister, Shuri. Brutally, the man raises his stick high, telling the children to steal if they want to survive. Standing motionless, Alicia watches from beneath her hood, her eyes reflecting a dangerous and growing lack of mercy. This sight triggers a haunting vision of her own past, where she was brutally struck by the matron. 501. Alicia's gaze hardens with a cold, piercing intensity as she observes the unfolding cruelty in the slum courtyard. Suddenly, the aggressive man roars in fury, swinging his heavy wooden club down with lethal and mindless intent. Meanwhile, the older boy huddles protectively over his little sister, shielding her from the man's violent and terrifying outburst. Looming over the children, the brute prepares another strike, while the siblings cower in absolute and helpless fear. A sharp crack echoes through the alley as a projectile shatters a ceramic vessel with surprising and pinpoint force. Stunned by the sudden intervention, the attacker stares blankly at the broken remnants of his shattered and useless weapon. Alicia watches from the shadows, her expression remaining perfectly calm and unreadable beneath her worn and dusty cloak. Before the man can recover his senses, she turns and sprints away into the dark, labyrinthine city streets. Her sandals slap against the cold stone pavement as she navigates the narrow, twisting passages of the slums. Stumbling through the shadows, the enraged man pursues her, desperate to catch the mysterious and agile young intruder. Quickly, Alicia readies her improvised weapon, gripping the braided cord with steady hands and a singular, lethal focus. Utilizing the momentum of her sprint, she delivers a crushing blow that strikes the man's temple with brutal precision. The attacker collapses instantly, his massive frame hitting the dirt with a heavy and final thud of complete defeat. Gasping for breath, Alicia pauses to inspect the results of her calculated and efficient use of hidden force. She reveals a specialized weapon made from braided hair and weighted with a heavy stash of stolen silver coins. Without a moment of hesitation, she slips further into the maze of dilapidated buildings to avoid any further confrontation. Sweat beads on her forehead as she processes the cold reality of her survival in this harsh city environment. Leaving the unconscious man in the dirt, she decides that mercy is a luxury she simply cannot afford anymore. The two siblings stare in disbelief at the fallen brute, wondering about the identity of their mysterious and silent savior. Finally, a small pouch of coins clatters onto the ground, marking the start of a new and uncertain chapter. Alicia instructs the boy to dispose of the body, her voice cold and devoid of any lingering sympathy. Terrified and desperate, the boy nods frantically while clutching the small bag of precious silver coins tightly. In the lawless slums, human lives carry very little weight, and these orphans are no different from anyone else. She reflects on her own harsh reality, acknowledging that she is just as disposable in this cruel world. A vow of ruthlessness follows as she declares she will never show mercy to anyone who threatens her survival. Later, she arrives at a dilapidated storefront tucked away in a quiet corner of the urban wasteland. A small bell chimes sharply as she pushes open the heavy door to enter the dim establishment. Stepping inside the cluttered shop, she finds herself surrounded by a variety of strange and questionable goods. She approaches the shopkeeper, a hardened man who regards the young intruder with an air of deep suspicion. The merchant sneers at her, commenting on her unpleasant gaze while he continues with his routine work. Unfazed by his hostility, Alicia retorts that they are both equally unpleasant to look at in this light. Getting straight to business, she demands to see small, sharp blades that are perfectly balanced for throwing. She tests the weight of a dagger, finding it slightly too cumbersome for her current physical stature. When she inquires about appraisal crystals, the merchant demands a steep price of 4 silver coins each. He dismisses her complaints, bluntly stating that she can find a legitimate shop if she wants better prices. Recognizing the nature of this black market store, she asks to see his collection of discarded and junk items. Her request catches the shopkeeper off guard, his eyebrows rising in genuine surprise at her unusual query. He points toward a weathered wooden box on the floor, indicating where the unwanted scrap is kept. The merchant quotes a bulk price for the entire container or a smaller fee for individual pieces. Alicia prepares to scavenge through the pile, confirming she has the funds to pay for her selections. Alicia eyes a box of used appraisal crystals, items usually ignored by reputable shops due to uncertain remaining charges. Her gaze sharpens as she realizes these discarded tools could be useful if handled with enough care and skill. She begins rummaging through the crate, her small hands moving quickly to select the most promising crystal shards. Placing her choices on the counter, she inquires about a sturdy backpack to carry her growing collection of supplies. Consequently, the merchant tallies the cost, charging 2 silver coins for the crystals and 8 small silver for the bag. Exploring the shop further, she gathers essential survival gear, including a small water bottle, portable rations, and some salt. Furthermore, a look of genuine surprise crosses the merchant's face when Alicia picks out several simple iron skewers. Following this, they settle the final bill for the miscellaneous items, totaling 4 silver coins and 1 small silver coin. Curiosity then drives her to ask about selling loot, prompting the merchant to warn against bringing in common weeds. Instead, he suggests she hunt rabbits, offering a small silver coin for each properly processed carcass she brings back. Preparing to depart, she is momentarily stopped when the shopkeeper mockingly addresses her as a soot-covered Cinderella. Thereafter, he advises her to visit the dwarf blacksmith down the street if she ever requires weapons of actual quality. Deep in thought, she reflects on the strange nickname, while wondering if her appearance is truly that disheveled. Shortly after, the bell chimes as she steps back into the narrow alleyway, leaving the cramped and dusty shop behind. Turning back, she senses movement and finds the two street orphans waiting for her patiently within the thick shadows. The young boy and his sister approach tentatively, their expressions a mixture of lingering fear and newfound respect. Breathless, the boy reports that he successfully disposed of the man's body exactly as she had previously instructed. Alicia dismisses him with a simple, cold acknowledgement, showing no interest in forming any kind of lasting bond. Moving forward, the siblings chase after her, while desperately promising to keep her involvement a complete secret. Finally, the boy shouts that his name is Jill, demanding she remember him before they disappear back into the slums. Alicia pauses as Jill and Shuri continue to follow her through the narrow and dusty alleyway. Shuri introduces herself with a bright smile, catching the young protagonist completely and utterly off guard. Silence falls between them for a long moment, while Alicia carefully considers her very next words. Adopting a new identity for her safety, she tells the orphans that her name is Arya. Jill scoffs at the girly name while Shuri blushes, clearly impressed by their mysterious new acquaintance. Leaving the slums behind, the lone girl prepares to navigate the increasingly dangerous main city streets. Sinister figures watch from the shadows, their predatory gazes following the child through the dark city. She realizes having money makes the town far more hazardous than the monsters in the forest. Looking back one last time, she sees the siblings peeking around a corner with hopeful expressions. With a sudden burst of speed, Alicia sprints away to avoid any further and unnecessary emotional complications. Returning to the wilderness, she decides that the northern monster territory is actually safer than civilization. Inspecting her purchases, she reveals she chose the appraisal crystal with the most concentrated mana color. She activates the stone to gauge her current progress and verify her actual and physical growth. The status window confirms her new name and shows a significant increase in her magical reserves. A look of quiet satisfaction crosses her face as she processes her rapid and multifaceted development. Despite the progress, she notes the total lack of professional combat skills in her updated profile. Walking along the winding road, she feels empowered by the sudden surge in her tactical abilities. Her small feet carry her forward as she reflects on growing stronger, one single step at a time. Driven by an iron resolve, she returns to camp, vowing to rewrite her own tragic destiny. Elsewhere, within the Grand Dandor estate, a frantic servant announces that the young lady has finally awakened. Clara awakens in her luxurious bed, her concerned maid inquiring about her prolonged and high fever. Sitting up abruptly, the young noblewoman struggles to grasp her surroundings while the servant exhales in relief. Suddenly, she pulls back the heavy bed curtains, her movements frantic and filled with desperate energy. Staring at her small hands, cold sweat beads on her forehead as a terrifying realization takes hold. Peering into the mirror, Clara confirms she has been reincarnated into the world of an Otome game. She remembers her previous life as a Japanese high schooler. Now trapped in this 8-year-old body, overwhelmed by the shock, the girl collapses onto the carpet while the maid rushes forward in panic. Her mind races with fear, questioning her role as the designated villainess of this scripted world. She envisions her future execution, a tragic end following a lifetime of scripted bullying and malice. Desperately scribbling in a journal, Clara tries to recall every game event to change her fate. The heavy silence of the manor surrounds her as she contemplates the weight of her predestined doom. Hunched over on the mattress, she admits that simply avoiding the protagonist might not be enough. A sense of powerful destiny looms over her, forcing her toward a radical and violent solution. Meanwhile, far from the estate, the young Alicia continues her journey before the game's official start. Steeled with a dark resolve, Clara decides the only way to live is to kill the heroine. Back in the woods, Alicia adapts perfectly to her survivalist lifestyle. After 2 grueling weeks of training, occasionally she slips into the slums to observe Jill and Shuri from the safety of the shadows. The siblings remain energetic, Jill glaring competitively while Shuri waves with a genuine and bright smile. Arya considers them more than strangers, but less than friends, keeping a calculated distance to stay safe. Alone in a clearing, the young girl relentlessly practices her strikes to prepare for the coming conflict. Arya continues her grueling daily training, but a sudden sharp pain causes her to stumble and wince in discomfort. Resting in a quiet clearing, the young girl prepares to check her progress using a worn appraisal crystal. The crystal reveals her updated status, showing a significant increase in her mana and a new non-elemental magic skill. She reflects on Feld's lessons about skill levels, realizing that mastery requires reaching a point far beyond human limits. Despite her efforts, she discovers that her fine mana control is still only capable of moving hair a few centimeters. Frustrated, she watches as her improvised leather sling falls apart again, necessitating a more durable and reliable design solution. Suddenly, a dull ache radiates through her small frame, forcing her to pause and catch her breath during training. Her absorbed knowledge identifies the source as growing pains, a side effect of her rapidly increasing internal magical energy. Walking through the forest, she notes that high mana concentrations often accelerate physical development in noble children like herself. Holding a sharpened iron skewer, she decides to prioritize mastering various magic types over simple and physical weapon training. Arya sets her sights on becoming a true mage, aiming to manipulate the atmospheric mana just like her past assailant. With a swift flick of her wrist, she tests the aerodynamics of a perfectly sharpened iron skewer in flight. She gathers her projectiles, contemplating how light and dark magic can serve as essential support for her combat style. Her strategy focuses on outwitting opponents through traps and calculated retreats rather than engaging in direct and risky confrontations. Watching from the brush, she declares that fair fighting is for knights and muscle-bound warriors like the dependable Feld. Deep in thought, the young girl begins to formulate a specialized and intensive regimen for her upcoming magical training. She touches her temple, trying to recall more specific details from the thief's fragmented and often contradictory memories. To her surprise, she realizes the dead woman possessed absolutely no actual knowledge regarding the use of dark magic. Arya deduces that the thief lacked the necessary concentration, choosing instead to focus on easier and more immediate spells. Closing her eyes, she begins chanting a basic light magic recovery spell to soothe her aching and exhausted body. Arya rests beneath a tree, adjusting her sandals while pondering the mysteries of the magic she has observed. She stares into space, realizing that the incantations she attempts feel slightly off compared to her memories. Holding her appraisal crystal, she notes her mana remains full because the spells simply refuse to activate properly. The young girl tries reciting a recovery spell, focusing intently on the strange words of the ancient healing chant. Collapsing onto the grass, she sighs in frustration as her efforts result in absolutely no magical manifestation at all. Arya lies on her back, staring at the sky while trying to pinpoint why her magic feels so disconnected. She recalls a vision of a mysterious hooded figure, performing a healing ritual with effortless, graceful ease. Contrasting that image, she remembers Feld's rough but effective method of channeling mana to close her earlier wounds. A spark of intuition flashes through her eyes as she begins to connect the dots regarding magical pronunciation. Arya deduces that Feld and the thief use slightly different pronunciations, suggesting that the chants are actually shortened. She reasons that modern incantations are merely simplified versions of a much older and more complex spirit language. Understanding the underlying meaning of each syllable becomes her new focus, as intent is the key to true mastery. Recalling Feld's 6-month struggle to learn healing, she realizes most mages rely solely on mindless, repetitive practice. Arya refuses to settle for such an inefficient method, her mind racing to solve the linguistic puzzle of magic. Standing up with newfound resolve, she decides to perform a deep analysis of every word within the incantation. She acknowledges that relying on mere sensation is dangerous, as a single misspoken sound prevents the magic from triggering. Gripping her cloak tightly, she reaffirms her desperate need for a reliable power that will ensure her survival. Even if the path is long, the young girl vows to attain true strength through her own intellectual efforts. Arya begins deconstructing the sentence structure of the chant, searching for the specific roots of each magical command. Walking deeper into the woods, she focuses on finding the specific word for healing to channel her mana. Arya decides to combine her search for magic words with her daily physical reinforcement training sessions. By the end of the first day, she collapses in a tree, utterly exhausted from the intense mental focus. On the second day, she still lacks results, wondering if missing characters or phonetic shifts are blocking her. Though the third day brings no breakthrough, her constant training successfully increases her maximum physical stamina by 1. During the fourth day of practice, she begins growing accustomed to managing multiple complex tasks simultaneously while training. While she fails to manifest the spell, her appraisal crystal confirms that a small amount of mana was consumed. On the fifth day, she theorizes that constant mana usage is slowly improving the efficiency of her lifestyle magic. Anxiety begins to set in on the sixth day as the trial and error process yields no tangible magical success. Reaching the seventh day, she tentatively utters a specific phrase while focusing all her energy on the activation. A sudden spark of success startles her, making her wonder if the spell actually triggered for a fleeting moment. Arya suddenly realizes her fundamental mistake, discovering that the word for healing doesn't actually exist within the chant. She deduces that the spell's true purpose is to restore physical strength, with biological healing being a mere byproduct. 2 days pass as she refines her theory and pronunciation, preparing for a final and decisive magical attempt. Reciting the full, complex incantation with perfect clarity, she channels her remaining mana into a single, focused point. A look of pure joy crosses her face as the magic finally manifests, confirming her hard-earned mastery of the skill. Her updated status window reveals significant growth in her mana reserves and the successful acquisition of light magic. Feeling significantly more confident in her new abilities, she ventures back into the heart of the city's slums. Suddenly, her keen senses pick up a faint sound nearby, putting her on high alert for potential danger. She cautiously enters a deserted clearing, surrounded by the crumbling walls and heavy silence of the dilapidated district. Scanning the shadows, Arya prepares to face whatever challenges await her in this lawless and unforgiving urban environment. Arya pauses at the threshold of the local merchant's shop, sensing a strange and unfamiliar atmosphere inside. A small bell chimes sharply as she pushes open the heavy door, signaling her arrival to the owner. The shopkeeper looks up from his ledgers with a weary expression, recognizing the persistent young girl immediately. She requests high-nutrition preserved food, surprising the merchant with her surprisingly advanced and technical vocabulary for a child. Inspecting a bag of nuts, Arya notes they are slightly burnt, yet the man still demands 5 coins. She asks for a small bonus, prompting the merchant to insist she buy more to earn a discount. Reaching into her travel pouch, Arya prepares to reveal a rare find to settle the negotiation once and for all. The shopkeeper's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as she presents several rare and valuable red magic fruits. He leans in close, demandingly asking exactly where a young child could have possibly found such precious specimens. Arya vaguely claims she found them deep within the forest, refusing to provide any specific or identifiable landmarks. These are identified as magic incense fruits, rare ingredients essential for brewing high-quality mana-restoring potions in alchemy. The merchant points out their minor bruises, arguing that the quality isn't perfect enough for full market price. He reminds her that this is a black market shop where items are traded quickly and without formal documentation. The man falls into a deep silence, carefully calculating the true value of the rare fruit in his palm. Arya accepts his offer of 3 silver coins, deciding that the old man is relatively honest for her needs. She quickly lists more supplies like salt and rock sugar as the shopkeeper begins gathering the requested items. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupts at the entrance as someone bursts through the door with frantic and chaotic energy. The merchant roars at the intruders to enter quietly, his patience wearing thin from the sudden and noisy interruption. Shuri runs toward Arya with a joyful shout, her face beaming with pure and genuine excitement at their reunion. Shuri gives her a tight hug and notices Arya has grown taller since they last saw each other. Jill demandingly asks where Arya has been, but she simply brushes him off with a vague and indifferent answer. Subsequently, eager to prove himself, Jill reaches into his bag to show the results of his own hunting trip. Proudly holding up a limp rabbit carcass, the boy boasts about his kill while Arya watches with neutral detachment. However, the merchant sighs at the uncleaned kill as Arya considers that they should have just eaten the meat. Meanwhile, curious about their earlier panic, she asks for an explanation while Jill continues to hold his messy prize. Jill describes a creepy man who was staring and sighing at them, causing their frantic and desperate escape. Soon after, the shopkeeper confirms rumors of a suspicious stranger loitering nearby, making Arya wonder if it's Feld. Because gossip suggests the man might be a bandit, the merchant warns the children to avoid being kidnapped. Suddenly, the shop's entrance bell chimes again, signaling the arrival of another customer to the cramped, dusty store. Arya realizes that if she sensed that same man, he is a seasoned professional she cannot currently defeat. Furthermore, noticing the siblings trying to follow her once more, the young girl prepares to vanish into the shadows. She refines her stealth by absorbing the impact of her steps, walking with absolute silence across the rough ground. Guided by the subtle flow of atmospheric mana, she navigates the maze of dilapidated buildings in the urban slum. A dark and narrow alleyway looms ahead as she continues her silent trek through the heart of the district. Believing she has finally lost the persistent children, she decides to head toward the outskirts to leave town. Yet Arya pauses near a dark opening, her eyes narrowing as she senses a sudden, unsettling environmental change. Her heart skips a beat as she feels a powerful, hidden presence nearby that simply shouldn't be there. Instantly, her pupils dilate with focus, while her mind screams that something is definitely watching from the darkness. She realizes the complete absence of any sound is an unnatural anomaly indicating a high-level concealment technique. Realization strikes her that she is being tracked by someone using a stealth skill far superior to her own. Suddenly, a brilliant and overwhelming light erupts from the shadows, revealing a powerful and hidden enemy presence. Arya's eyes widen in absolute terror as she recognizes the immense power radiating from her relentless pursuer. She sprints away desperately, realizing her opponent is using advanced body reinforcement magic to close the gap. A sharp blade suddenly whistles through the air, striking the stone pavement inches from her heels. Reacting with instinctive agility, she performs a low spin to maintain her momentum while avoiding another strike. Her attacker chuckles in amusement, impressed that a mere child could successfully evade his opening and calculated attack. Stepping out of the darkness, a smug warrior reveals himself, clearly relishing the thrill of this hunt. He wears a predatory grin, mocking her struggle and deciding to prolong her suffering for his own enjoyment. Another lethal thrust narrowly misses her face, the weapon's impact against the wall echoing through the alleyway. Taunting her to stop running, the man reaches out with a gloved hand to toy with his prey. He realizes she isn't an ordinary orphan, his amusement growing as he assesses her refined and unnatural movements. Despite his leisurely pace, the warrior remains right on her heels, forcing her into a corner. Arya channels her internal mana to boost her speed, prioritizing escape over an impossible and suicidal confrontation. The man's voice drips with mockery as he playfully tells her to wait and face her inevitable end. Turning mid-stride, she prepares a desperate counterattack, her eyes glowing with a fierce and building magical energy. The warrior's expression shifts to surprise as he realizes the child is actually attempting a magical strike. Pointing her finger, Arya chants a command and unleashes a blinding burst of pure and radiant light magic. Caught completely off guard, the man's eyes sting as the brilliant flash momentarily robs him of his vision. While he stumbles blindly, Arya seizes the fleeting opportunity to vanish deeper into the labyrinthine city streets. However, a wicked smirk returns to his face as he activates a specialized auditory illusion to track her. Sensing a sudden vibration in the air, Arya realizes her pursuer has already closed the distance with terrifying speed, and she barely evades a swift strike that shatters the ground right where she stood just a moment ago. As a large hand descends from above, the young girl realizes the man is utilizing a high-level magical technique. Then the warrior roughly seizes her by the hair, announcing her capture with a predatory and terrifyingly triumphant grin. While in a desperate bid for freedom, she reaches for her own weapon to initiate a reckless and sudden counterattack. Although her strike is effortlessly parried, the force of the impact sends sparks flying through the dark and narrow alleyway. So she lunges again, but the man dodges with practiced ease, clearly finding her desperate and futile struggle amusing. Before she retreats several steps, her breath coming in ragged gasps while she stares down her overwhelmingly superior opponent. Thereafter, the man explains that his refined senses allow him to track her exact movements despite her stealth skills. And crouching low, Arya finally understands the true and lethal weight of engaging in actual life-or-death combat, whereby she bites down on a metal skewer, steeling her nerves to use every dirty trick at her disposal, until she erupts into a feral, animalistic charge, her small body glowing with an intense and building magical reinforcement. As the warrior's smug expression finally falters, replaced by genuine shock at the child's sudden and monstrous transformation, then Arya vows to leave a permanent mark on him, forcing the man to frantically beg for a temporary timeout, where she lunges with lethal intent, ignoring his panicked claims that he is actually on an official guild mission. Thereafter, a startled yell echoes through the deserted slums as the chaotic confrontation reaches its final and noisy peak. Although the man soon laughs heartily, apologizing for getting carried away by the thrill of her impressive escape skills, Arya responds with a cold and deadpan stare, weary of the unpredictable and eccentric behavior of powerful adults, and she activates her recovery magic, leaving the man in absolute awe that a mere child mastered such advanced healing. Finally, she bluntly demands to know why a thief is stalking her, prompting a defensive and loud protest. Vero introduces himself as a professional scout from the Adventurers Guild, distinct from the common thieves she's encountered. Subsequently, he presents his official guild tag while explaining the intricacies of his role in gathering vital information. Revealing his status as a high-ranking adventurer, he holds up a tag clearly marked with the number 4. Arya observes the rank with a silent, calculating gaze, confirming that her new acquaintance is a formidable warrior. Thereafter, Vero insists he is only 35 and demands she use his name, triggering Arya's sense of déjà vu. Although Arya remains skeptical, she questions the nature of the personal request he intends to assign to her. Crouched like a wary animal, she listens as he clarifies that the task involves simple but essential security work. Furthermore, Vero explains that forcing her is useless, acknowledging that genuine motivation is required for such dangerous tasks. Then he points toward the young girl, emphasizing that raw courage and mental fortitude are the ultimate requirements. Offering a mutually beneficial arrangement, he promises to provide specialized training and cover her daily living expenses. Arya finally agrees to assist him, prompting a joyful and enthusiastic response from the now relieved professional scout. Though she accepts the offer, she privately admits that she hasn't fully placed her trust in this strange man. Observing his confident smirk, she recognizes that he possesses a level of expertise far beyond any previous opponent. Arya secretly vows to master his techniques, while her internal status window reflects her rapid and multifaceted growth. Walking onto the busy main street together, Vero announces they must prioritize her official registration at the guild. They navigate through the bustling crowd, unaware of the curious and lingering gazes from various citizens passing by. Suddenly, Vero pauses and glances over his shoulder, sensing a strange and unsettling presence following their every move. Arya notices his sudden hesitation, prompting him to suggest a quick detour to address a growing concern. Entering a quiet textile shop, the pair steps away from the chaotic and crowded main thoroughfare for safety. Finally, Vero asks the shopkeeper for a sturdy cloth or scarf to effectively conceal the young girl's recognizable face. Vero offers to buy Arya new gear, encouraging her to pick whatever she needs from the shop. Because realizing her tattered clothes make her too conspicuous, Arya accepts that a change is necessary. Where once dressed in simpler attire, she appears much less like a destitute orphan from the slums. Thereafter, Vero presents a pair of shorts, suggesting they are more practical for her upcoming work. As he explains that loose clothing is a significant tactical disadvantage during the chaos of combat, then the pair finally reaches the imposing entrance of the Adventurers Guild to begin her registration. While inside, the walls are covered with various quest notices and bounty posters for the local adventurers, whereby they approach the main reception counter situated within the guild's grand and cavernous wooden interior. So Vero confidently requests the staff to initiate a new registration for his young and talented companion. Although the receptionist expresses doubt about her age, Vero insists she already possesses essential dagger techniques, yet Arya is confused by the mention of a test, admitting she doesn't know combat arts. Consequently, Vero realizes that despite her incredible magical talent, she lacks any formal and martial foundations. Instead, he decides to rent the guild's training hall to personally instruct her in those techniques. Meanwhile, Vero whispers to the receptionist that the child can already use advanced and rare recovery magic, which leaves the receptionist visibly shocked, struggling to believe a child can wield such high-level light magic. Before asking them to wait, the guild staff member quickly retreats to consult with her superiors. Afterward, Vero remains at the counter, appearing slightly defensive as he handles the bureaucratic guild hurdles. Subsequently, the receptionist warns Arya that young healers are often targeted and exploited by unscrupulous parties, whereas Vero awkwardly admits that his own party is currently inactive, leaving Arya to his sole guidance. Finally, Arya stares with unwavering focus, declaring her intent to learn combat arts regardless of the cost. Vero and the guild receptionist exchange a knowing glance before proceeding with the official registration process. Because the scout finally agrees to cover the costs, handing Arya the required form for completion, where they decide to record her age as 10 years old to avoid unnecessary bureaucratic complications. Thereafter, the young girl confirms her chosen alias as Arya, officially initiating her new life. But the receptionist remains skeptical, watching Vero's suspicious behavior with a mounting sense of concern. So she bluntly accuses the scout of kidnapping, causing the seasoned warrior to freeze in shock. Then Vero defensively tells her to stop being rude and judge based on the facts. Although the guild worker continues her silent and intense interrogation through a long, heavy stare, until she roars her accusation again, forcing the man to shout back his innocence desperately. Shortly after, they move to the underground training hall, where Arya demonstrates a powerful magical thrust, while the receptionist watches from the sidelines, clapping in genuine amazement at the child's skill. Further praising her technique, the guild employee acknowledges that the girl is far from ordinary, whereby Arya is officially welcomed into the guild as a rank 1 adventurer and receives her tag. So the receptionist demandingly asks Vero for the registration and training fees with a cold expression, because she admits her clear favoritism, claiming it's natural to prefer a child over an old man. Thereafter, a detailed analysis explains how the thrust skill utilizes non-elemental mana to extend weapon range, before Vero stomps away in a huff, clearly annoyed by the guild staff's blunt and unfair treatment. Meanwhile, she reflects on the common knowledge that novice adventurers typically face immediate bullying from others. Yet because a high-ranking Rank 4 scout accompanies her, no such trouble arises in the busy hall. Finally, Arya realizes she still knows nothing about the specific client or the actual work involved. Arya ponders if Vero's secret client is a noble, realizing her current disguise hides her true identity. Thereafter, she stares ahead, realizing that her future path depends on how she handles her power. While she reflects on Feld and Vero, understanding that acquiring true strength inevitably draws unwanted public attention, so standing at a metaphorical crossroads, she considers how her next choices will fundamentally redefine her life. Then Vero suddenly reaches out his hand and asks the girl to let him inspect her knife, where Arya looks up in surprise, wondering why the seasoned scout is interested in her simple tool. Although she draws the blade from its sheath, handing it over to her new and eccentric mentor, afterward Vero examines the steel with a critical eye, assessing the quality and condition of her weapon. As they walk together, Vero asks if the knife was a gift, and Arya confirms its origin. Then he advises her to keep it for dismantling monsters, as it is ill-suited for real combat. So Arya asks what she should use for fighting instead, having no other viable options available, until Vero tells her not to worry, leading her away from the busy guild registration hall. Further, he explains that his primary reason for visiting was to meet a specific master blacksmith, whereby arriving at a stone house, Vero cups his hands and booms a name with great enthusiasm. Then inside the workshop, the silhouette of a stout figure works diligently beside a glowing furnace, while a dwarf with a magnificent beard exhales smoke, pausing his intense and repetitive labor. Thereafter, Vero continues shouting for his old friend, much to the annoyance of the quiet young girl. But the dwarf roars back, scolding Vero for making a noisy scene in front of his home. So Vero presents a bag of gathered items, while the dwarf curiously asks about his young companion. Finally, the blacksmith celebrates that Vero has finally delivered the rare and requested goods. Vero presents a bag containing fire lizard magic stones, essential materials for powering the blacksmith's furnace, and the dwarf excitedly rushes to the fire, while Vero grumbles about the lack of immediate payment. Thereafter, the blacksmith tells Arya to hand over her current dagger so he can restore its edge. As the stout man observes the young girl with a silent and scrutinizing gaze from beneath thick brows, then Vero explains that Arya is essentially his disciple, asking if there is a better weapon for her. So the dwarf dismissively gestures toward a crate of scrap items for her to search through instead. Meanwhile, he tosses the magic stones into the hearth while Vero sighs at the merchant's continued stubbornness, whereby the furnace erupts into an intense glow, signaling the start of the dwarf's difficult and expert craft. Arya gazes into the flames, whispering that the fire is beautiful while the heat fills the workshop, until the dwarf asks if she can perceive the fire's color, to which she identifies it as pure red. Afterward, he stares at her disheveled hair, seemingly noticing something about her true nature behind the mud. Arya recalls the general store owner's words, realizing these two old men share a mutual and grumpy respect. Then the blacksmith roars at Vero, berating him for letting a child use such a low-quality weapon, before demandingly asking if they have time until tomorrow for him to properly finish a specific task, where he reveals a sleek, dark blade that glints with an unnatural and building magical energy. So Vero shouts in disbelief upon realizing the knife is crafted from incredibly rare and expensive magic steel. Although the dwarf dismisses the weapon as a mere failure from his youth, despite its high material value, Further, he explains that the thin blade is perfect for a child because it's lightweight and remarkably durable. Yet Vero continues to protest about the extravagance, while the dwarf affectionately addresses Arya as Cinderella again. Finally, he offers the masterpiece for 1 gold coin, telling her to pay whenever she eventually finds success. Vero explains that dwarves live for centuries and that the rare magic steel blade is incredibly valuable. While Arya maintains a cautious distance, refusing to fully trust any adult after her many traumatic experiences. Reflecting on the many cruel individuals who prey upon the weak and steal from defenseless children daily, yet she acknowledges the handful of men who have unexpectedly offered her guidance and genuine support lately. A small, rare smile tugs at her lips as she considers the possibility of finding true allies. Suddenly, the grumpy blacksmith roars at the pair, demandingly ordering them to assist with the workshop chores. Thereafter, the heavy atmosphere of the forge remains silent during the final stages of the crafting process. Quickly, Arya begins assisting with the manual labor, carrying heavy buckets of water across the hot workshop, while the dwarf concentrates all his master energy into the furnace, sweat pouring down his focused face. Afterward, Vero heads out briefly to run errands while the young girl stays behind at the workshop. Returning later, Vero finds Arya fast asleep on the floor and quietly sets down a bag of buns. The sun eventually rises over the horizon, signaling the completion of the dwarf's long and grueling work. Then the master blacksmith presents the finished weapon, resting it proudly on a clean piece of cloth. Arya lifts the dark steel, marveled by the incredible lightness and the perfect balance of the exquisite blade. Vero laughs heartily with his old friend, noting that his own equipment was also expertly maintained overnight. She stares with quiet appreciation, offering a soft word of thanks to the men who helped her. Bidding farewell to the eccentric craftsman, the pair prepares to set out on their upcoming and dangerous journey. Arya keeps the dwarf's advice about his brother in the capital close to heart for her future travels. They present their adventurer tags to the gate guard, officially clearing the city perimeter under the morning sun. Finally, the duo heads into the wilderness, mentally preparing for several long nights of camping under the stars. Vero reassuringly shows Arya a large sack, promising her that they won't run out of food. He explains it is a spatial magic bag that holds 5 times its size while reducing weight. 3 days later, they trek through a dense forest where dangerous monsters are known to roam frequently. Arya catches her breath after a skirmish, realizing even weak goblins possess higher combat power than herself. Vero cautions her not to rely solely on appraisal numbers, emphasizing that experience and wisdom are vital. She silently acknowledges that numerical power is merely a rough estimate while recovering from building physical fatigue. Arya uses her appraisal crystal to check Vero's status, revealing his overwhelming and massive total combat power. Confirming his incredible strength, she decides to continue following his lead for now to grow even stronger. Suddenly, Vero announces with a grin that they will hunt bandits tonight as part of her training. Under the cover of night, they crouch to examine footprints, noting the bandits lack professional techniques. Arya admits she cannot distinguish the tracks clearly in the thick and pitch-black shadows of the forest. Vero instructs her to activate her night vision skill by focusing mana into her eyes like reinforcement. Analyzing the marks, they determine a group of 6 to 10 individuals passed through this area recently. He explains how to visualize an opponent's physical build based on their stride and walking pattern. Peeking through the dense foliage, Arya spots a faint and artificial light flickering in the distance ahead. She points toward the source, signaling her mentor that the enemy's hidden location has finally been discovered. They reach the outskirts of a ruined village which the lawless bandits have claimed as their hideout. A rowdy group of criminals gathers around a central campfire, drinking and celebrating their recent violent plunder. A nearby cart is piled high with stolen bags, many of which are stained with fresh blood. From the brush, they watch the drunken bandits while preparing to launch their first and decisive strike. Vero observes the hideout, counting 9 bandits by the fire and 5 more on sentry duty. He gently pats Arya's head, offering her a chance to stay back if she feels afraid. Suddenly, a lone bandit whistles a merry tune as he walks away from the rowdy main group. Moving like a silent ghost, Arya prepares to strike the unsuspecting target from the thick forest shadows. She ruthlessly slashes the man's throat, testing the lethal sharpness of her new magic steel blade. Vero instructs her to maintain a vigilant watch over the camp while he eliminates the remaining sentries. Without another word, the seasoned scout vanishes into the night using his superior and untraceable stealth skills. Arya peers through her appraisal crystal, carefully calculating the strength of the criminals gathered around the campfire. She identifies most as average thugs, though one leader possesses combat power significantly exceeding 100. Her heart races as a nearby bandit suddenly stands up and begins walking directly toward her location. Uncertain, she hesitates between retreating to find Vero or handling this unexpected threat on her own terms. Resolve hardens in her eyes as she chooses to engage, drawing upon her internal reservoir of mana. Arya lunges from concealment, seizing the bandit's tunic to pull him closer for a decisive finish. The drunken man recoils in surprise, his confusion turning to irritation at the sight of a child. He sneers with a lecherous grin, speculating on the high price she would fetch at a slave market. Coldly, Arya commands him to look closely, preparing to unleash the full force of her magical training. Totally oblivious to the danger, the man leans forward with a puzzled expression to see what she has. A dark, predatory aura envelops the young girl as she focuses her energy into a single finger. Suddenly, a blinding beam of pure light magic erupts from her hand, striking the bandit's face directly. The sheer impact of the spell blasts the attacker backward, ending the confrontation in a single moment. Arya lunges forward with predatory speed, her small frame shrouded in a building and intense magical aura. Then she delivers a precise strike that silences the first guard before he can even shout, where she drops low to the grass, moving with absolute silence through the dark and dangerous camp. Thereafter, she confirms the perimeter sentries have been eliminated, preparing to regroup with her mentor Vero. But a massive bandit suddenly discovers her presence, demandingly shouting for the intruder to identify themselves immediately. As Arya stands alone amidst the fallen bodies, realizing her reckless actions have triggered a premature confrontation, so she reaches for her new magic steel blade, steeling her nerves for a direct and unavoidable clash. While the bandit leader draws his longsword, his movements revealing the disciplined training of a professional soldier, Arya recalls that many deserters turned to banditry after fleeing the horrific monster outbreaks years ago. Before she cold-bloodedly judges the man, realizing his cowardice led to the death of innocent people, then the former soldier glares with building rage, sensing the chilling and unnatural aura of the child. Until Arya initiates a lightning-fast strike, her blade whistling through the air with lethal and practiced intent. Thereafter, she vanishes into the dense thickets, leaving the frustrated and noisy bandit shouting into the night, whereby the man attempts to cast a light spell, hoping to expose her hidden position in the brush. Although Arya instantly counters with a dark magic spell, plunging the immediate area back into total darkness, because she identifies his tactical weakness, noting he lacks the night vision skills necessary to track her. As a chaotic exchange of light and dark magic erupts, neither side gaining a clear and decisive advantage. Then the enraged bandit roars for her to come out and fight like a true and honorable warrior. Yet Arya remains calm, concluding that her opponent also lacks the specialized detection skills to find her. Suddenly, the leader unleashes a powerful slash art, the force of the strike tearing through the open clearing. The bandit leader raises his glowing sword, unleashing a light spell to finally illuminate the dark and narrow clearing. Meanwhile, Arya counters with her dark magic, determining that her only objective is to stall for precious time. Consequently, the man's movements slow significantly as he begins to gasp for air from his building physical fatigue. Observing from the shadows, she realizes his body reinforcement has worn off because his mana is completely spent. Stumbling clumsily, the exhausted criminal curses his situation while Arya prepares to deliver a swift and final blow. She notes his poor judgment in attempting to flee, launching a sudden and predatory strike against her weakened foe. Then Arya ruthlessly slashes the man's leg, her magic steel blade cutting deep into his muscle with precision. The bandit roars in absolute agony, his face contorting with pain as he struggles to maintain his balance. In a desperate rage, he swings his heavy longsword blindly, shouting insults at the agile and young intruder. Arya effortlessly evades the clumsy strike, dismissively noting that such a shallow and predictable attack cannot reach her. Turning her back momentarily, she resets her stance while maintaining a vigilant watch on the dying man's movements. Suddenly, the leader charges forward once more, driven by a final and frantic burst of adrenaline-fueled desperation. A sharp tearing sound echoes through the woods as their weapons clash in a violent and final exchange. Focusing her remaining energy, Arya waits for the perfect opening to finish the grueling and building physical battle. Thereafter, the bandit begins laughing maniacally, his sanity seemingly shattering as he raises his weapon for a strike. He looms over her with murderous intent, declaring that her short and tragic life ends right here tonight. Unleashing a powerful war cry, the man puts every ounce of his remaining strength into a massive overhead swing. Arya lunges low, slipping beneath his guard with the practiced speed of a much more seasoned and professional warrior. A sudden sense of disorientation washes over her as the world begins to spin in a chaotic blur. Finally, blood sprays violently across the dirt as she observes the sunrise. Realizing the long and dark night is over, Arya stares into the distance, pondering the exact amount of time that has elapsed during this grueling night. Because the bandit leader lies motionless on the ground, his eyes vacant after their final and lethal encounter. Then she glances down at her trembling hands, processing the weight of the life she just took. Where the silence of the forest confirms that Vero has successfully eliminated the remaining sentries around the perimeter. Thereafter, she approaches the central campfire, her new magic steel blade still gripped firmly in her small hand. While Vero sits calmly by the flames, having already disposed of the rest of the criminal gang nearby. So Arya presents the leader's longsword as a trophy, noting his strength was far beyond a typical thug. Although Vero identifies the weapon as a cheap noble commission, likely stolen or given to a deserting soldier, before he uses a spark of magic to light his pipe, seeking a moment of peace after battle, Arya watches the smoke curl into the night air, her expression remaining stoic despite the recent violence. As Vero suggests, they find a comfortable inn in the next town to recover from their shared exhaustion, until they finally arrive at the massive stone walls of the Tora territory after 3 more days of travel, whereby the young girl enjoys a simple meal inside a bustling tavern, beginning a new chapter in safety. Then she continues to eat her bread in silence, savoring the first quiet moment she has had recently. While jokingly calling Vero father, prompting the man to remind her that he is actually quite young. Thereafter, 2 days pass in the city as they rest and prepare for the next stage of training. As Arya munches on her food, Vero warns her not to draw any unnecessary attention to herself. Then Vero reaches out to inspect her head, noting that her current disguise is starting to wear incredibly thin. So she considers asking for more fireplace ash to better disguise the unnatural and noble gloss of her hair. Finally, Vero warns that her increasing magical energy will eventually make such simple and mundane disguises completely ineffective. Vero hands Arya a parchment, explaining that mastering auditory illusions will eventually help her hide her true identity. And Arya studies the document, realizing it contains basic dark magic spells like noise and weight for training. Then Vero sets a heavy sack on the table, providing his young disciple with even more essential equipment, where several specialized throwing knives are revealed, far superior to the simple iron skewers she used previously. Arya examines the hidden weapons with quiet appreciation, noting they are high-quality items typically unavailable in shops. While Vero smiles warmly, waving off her thanks by claiming the gear is a necessary expense for missions, thereafter she receives 3 gold coins for the bandit hunt, offering a small tip to the helpful maid, before she carefully stores 1 gold coin, vowing to eventually repay her debt to the master blacksmith Galvas. As they resume their journey, Arya demandingly asks about their final destination while walking through open fields. Vero reveals they are heading toward the Dandor Border Count's territory, a significant region located to the east. He explains their official job involves providing covert security for a noble traveling incognito for medical recovery. Further, he notes the client is also a child, which explains why Arya's presence is specifically required. Arya wonders if these relatives are searching for her, fearing she might be forcibly returned to scripted life. Her mind drifts to the thief's memories of a heroine destined to be a puppet for high-ranking nobility. Steeled with resolve, she views this upcoming encounter as a necessary trial to avoid a lifetime of running. 1 week later, the pair finally reaches their destination as the sun begins to set over the territory. Narrative text declares this the birthplace of her first official job and her fated meeting with future villainesses. Meanwhile, within the grand castle of the Claydell Kingdom, servants confirm that the Prime Minister has safely departed, and an advisor reports that His Excellency will reach the Dandor lands in approximately 2 weeks if travel continues. Finally, Count Bertfa Melrose peers out the window, confident that his plans for the border territory are proceeding. The Claydell Kingdom's history reveals the merger of the northern Dandor and southern Melrose territories long ago. In his office, Count Bert discusses his busy schedule, while his aide inquires about visiting the villa. The aide confirms that the elite shadow unit, led by his sister, handles all essential security details. Bert sighs under the mounting workload, desperately wishing for retirement and a peaceful life with his wife. He reflects on his family, wondering about the grandson he hopes to see in the quiet borderlands. Suddenly, a report arrives detailing a young girl found in the Horus territory, piquing his guarded interest. He questions the girl's appearance, noting that her hair and eyes don't quite match his daughter's features. A flashback recalls his daughter eloping 10 years ago and subsequently dying during a massive monster outbreak. Despite the tragedy, rumors persist that a lone daughter survived the disaster that claimed both of her parents. The foundling claims to be Alicia, daughter of a deceased noble, leaving the Count deep in suspicious thought. He decides to send a trusted butler who remembers his daughter's face to verify the child's identity personally. Bert orders a thorough investigation, planning to send her to a branch house if she proves to be authentic. Meanwhile, Vero signals that it is time to move, leading Arya toward their next official mission objective. Arya glances back at the distant city skyline, feeling a faint pang of regret for leaving so soon. The pair navigates through the dense and silent wilderness as they approach the restricted noble retreat area. They reach the outskirts of a grand estate, the noble villa standing impressively against the bright morning sky. Arriving at the heavy iron gates, the duo prepares to present their credentials to the vigilant household guards. Vero displays his rank 4 tag, identifying himself as a member of the renowned Rainbow Sword mercenary group. The guard's eyes widen in absolute shock upon hearing the name of the legendary and high-ranking adventurer party. As the guard rushes inside to confirm their arrival, Arya wonders about the mysterious reputation of her companion. A guard and the head butler, Castoro, approach the grand villa to meet the arriving guests. Subsequently, Vero greets the butler with a casual smile, asking if he has been faring well lately. Although Castoro coldly notes Vero's tardiness while adjusting his pristine white gloves with clinical precision, Vero introduces the small girl, insisting she has already mastered the essential survival basics for their mission. Thereafter, the butler orders Arya to follow him to see the client, while Vero reports elsewhere. Meanwhile, Arya watches Vero depart after he reassures her that the butler is merely lacking sociability. Then Vero points toward her new duties, leaving the young girl alone with the intimidating and stoic Castoro. As they walk toward the estate, Arya remains vigilant, sensing a hidden strength within her new supervisor, whereby she realizes this man is no ordinary servant, her sharp eyes scanning for any potential threats. Following this, her appraisal reveals Castoro possesses a formidable total combat power of 355. Suddenly, the butler launches a surprise attack, throwing a wooden staff that Arya barely evades. Landing in a defensive stance, she grips her dagger and demandingly asks what he intends to do, until Castoro stands motionless, the thrown weapon embedded in the dirt beside the startled young girl. Shortly after, he acknowledges that Vero's praise wasn't a lie after witnessing her reflexive movements firsthand. Further, the butler warns her that any injury sustained will result in her immediate and permanent dismissal. As he explains that a child's presence serves as a useful cover, his expression remains remarkably cold. Before leaning in, Castoro declares with absolute certainty that he will never trust someone from the slums. Furthermore, he insults her upbringing, claiming that slum dwellers lack pride and will betray anyone. While Arya remains silent, her narrowed eyes reflecting the building intensity of her suppressed internal anger. Finally, with a click of his tongue, the butler turns away, leaving a heavy, intense atmosphere. Castoro instructs Arya to take her post, pointing her toward the area where she will be working. Arya reflects on the harsh reality of the slums, where orphans like Jill and Shuri struggle for survival. They enter a vast forest region that remains unclaimed by any of the surrounding noble territories. Castoro points out a distant shack, explaining that her primary duty is to keep watch for stray monsters. Upon learning the mission will last at least 1 month, Arya watches the butler depart into the woods. Standing before the dilapidated monitoring shack, the young girl realizes she has been assigned a menial task. Opening the door, a massive cloud of ancient dust makes her cough while she considers her environment. The interior of the shack appears completely abandoned, containing only a few dusty tables and empty wooden barrels. Her worn sandals click against the old floorboards as she begins to inspect the small and cramped space. Scanning the area for any useful supplies, she realizes that the promised food rations are missing. Accepting her difficult situation, she drops her heavy travel pack onto the dusty floor with a thud. She carefully inventories her limited weapons and meager food supplies, preparing for a month of solitary survival. Utilizing her lifestyle magic to manifest water, she washes the grime from her hands while planning ahead. Arya quickly decides the shack is too exposed and dusty to serve as a secure and permanent base. She ventures back into the dense forest, searching for a more hidden and defensible location for camp. The young girl looks up at the towering trees, her sharp eyes scanning for threats or landmarks. Observing the landscape, she identifies the nearby lake as the only reliable source of water nearby. To maintain her edge, she relentlessly practices her thrust technique against the trunk of a small tree. Focusing her internal energy, she executes a series of precise and rapid strikes to refine her movements. A sharp crack echoes through the quiet forest as her magically reinforced strike successfully impacts the wood. A sharp branch snaps and falls through the air with a sudden loud rustle. Arya walks through the clearing, calculating her mana consumption and setting a strict limit for upcoming battles. With a clean and efficient stroke, she uses her dagger to harvest sturdy branches for her camp. She tightly binds the collected wood together with strong vines, her small hands working with surprising dexterity. High above the ground, the young girl carefully assembles a hidden platform within the thick tree branches. She successfully completes her makeshift bed, creating a secure and elevated sanctuary far from forest predators. Sitting quietly at the base of a tree, Arya begins to chew on her simple travel rations. Recalling her past training, she shakes her head and strictly avoids the poisonous wild blackberries nearby. Reaching into the foliage, she carefully picks edible fruits to supplement her dwindling food supply. With lethal and practiced precision, she hurls an iron skewer to silence a venomous snake in the grass. Darkness begins to settle over the quiet forest as another long day of solitude draws to a close. Despite the passing time, Arya notes the complete absence of any patrol soldiers or the butler Castoro. She hurls her blade into the dirt, pondering the strange and suspicious nature of being left entirely alone. While roasting meat over a small campfire, she considers how her performance reflects on her mentor Vero. Moving through the dense brush, she discovers a cluster of beautiful but mysterious purple bellflowers. Inspecting the leaves, she identifies a potent herb that can either heal or act as a deadly toxin. Perched safely in her tree bed, the young girl prepares to rest while the nocturnal forest comes alive. While eating her meal, Arya reflects on her inability to master dark magic due to an unclear mental image. She compares the physical energy of light magic to the shapeless and elusive nature of the dark element. Contemplating the particles of darkness, she realizes that projecting images and sounds into them constitutes the art of illusion. Arya freezes in the darkness, her keen senses detecting a sudden and suspicious movement among the distant trees. Suddenly, the silhouettes of several small monsters and one massive creature emerge from the deep, impenetrable shadows. Activating her appraisal skill, Arya focuses her magical energy to analyze the threat level of the approaching pack. The appraisal reveals a powerful hobgoblin leading the group, its combat strength bolstered by active physical reinforcement magic. Hiding behind a sturdy trunk, Arya wonders why such a high-ranked monster is wandering so close to civilization. The massive hobgoblin and its minions steadily close the distance toward the tree where Arya is currently hiding. Suddenly, Arya spots a flickering light coming from the direction of the monitoring shack, putting her on alert. She identifies a lone maid carrying a lantern, wandering aimlessly into the dangerous and monster-infested forest at night. The predatory hobgoblin prepares to launch a lethal ambush on the terrified and defenseless maid from the darkness. Arya grits her teeth in silence, realizing she cannot simply abandon the innocent woman to such a horrific fate. Standing on a high branch, she prepares to intervene, acknowledging that she has no other viable survival options. With a sudden and explosive burst of speed, she hurls herself through the air toward the unsuspecting monsters. Gravity accelerates her descent as she aims her deadly needle dagger with absolute and cold-blooded precision from above. The magical blade pierces deep into the hobgoblin's skull, delivering a decisive and lethal strike in a single moment. Blood sprays violently as Arya lands, her cold gaze fixed on the remaining monsters while she declares their end. Meanwhile, at the servant quarters of the Dandor estate, the quiet night is suddenly interrupted by growing concern. Several maids frantically inquire about the whereabouts of Mina, who was supposed to deliver food to the newcomer. They discuss how a high-ranking adventurer named Vero brought a strange child to the estate just 2 days ago. The head maid recalls Vero's elite status while realizing she completely forgot to properly greet the young newcomer. Hearing reports of stray monsters nearby, The head maid urgently commands the servants to find Castoro and prepare action. Arya realizes her initial surprise attack failed to instantly kill the massive and remarkably resilient hobgoblin leader. Pivoting quickly, she evades a clumsy counterswing to create distance from the gathering and shrieking monster pack. She hurls a precise needle dagger, striking a smaller goblin squarely in the forehead with lethal, pinpoint accuracy. Moving like a blur, the young girl slashes through another enemy while maintaining an intense and deadly focus. She plunges her blade deep into a goblin's skull, ruthlessly eliminating minor threats before facing the leader again. Blood splatters across her face as she lands, sensing the hobgoblin's building rage and shock behind her. Her appraisal reveals the hobgoblin's vitality is dropping, though its total combat power still remains quite formidable. Wiping the crimson from her cheek, Arya steels her nerves for the next phase of this grueling encounter. The remaining goblins shriek in a chaotic frenzy, charging forward to avenge their fallen kin in the woods. Undeterred, she turns to face the incoming horde, planning her next series of precise and efficient movements. Arya pushes her physical limits, her small frame shrouded in a building an intense magical reinforcement aura. Noticing the hobgoblin is dazed from a concussion, she decides to isolate the leader by removing its minions. She maneuvers through the clearing, declaring her intent to finish these monsters before the hobgoblin can fully recover. A desperate goblin lunges with a rusted knife, but Arya's superior speed allows her to strike first. She delivers a lethal blow that pierces the attacker's chest, blood spraying violently during the high-speed clash. With a powerful and wide horizontal slash, she decapitates another foe in a single and extremely efficient motion. Sensing a new threat, she glances back as another monster attempts to launch a frantic and sudden ambush. The last minor goblin roars in a final, shrieking charge toward the blood-stained and seemingly unstoppable protagonist. Arya ruthlessly delivers a finishing blow, blood spraying across her clothes as the final small goblin falls silently. Her gaze remains cold and unyielding, her innocence fully consumed by the brutal necessity of nocturnal survival. The dazed goblin shrieks in confusion as its surroundings turn into a blood-soaked and chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, the massive hobgoblin remains stationary, its bulky and muscular form casting a long shadow. Arya slashes through the darkness, noting that goblins lack natural night vision and rely purely on instinct. Ducking behind the ancient trees, she observes that individual monster traits vary significantly in this harsh world. The solitary goblin looks around frantically, unable to comprehend the sudden and silent disappearance of its pack. Appearing like a vengeful ghost, the blood-splattered girl looms directly behind her next and unsuspecting target. She ruthlessly plunges her magic steel blade into the creature's back, fueled by an intense magical aura. Thereafter, she stands over the twitching corpse, her dagger dripping with fresh crimson under the pale moonlight. Another needle dagger whistles through the air, striking a fleeing monster with lethal and practiced precision. Arya pauses briefly, analyzing her technique, and noting that her aim for the neck was slightly off. Watching a goblin stumble, she considers the most efficient way to deprive an enemy of their combat power. She grips her slender weapon tightly, contemplating the exact anatomical points required for an immediate one-hit kill. Suddenly, she stands atop the massive hobgoblin's head, her dagger already embedded deep within its thick skull. She acknowledges the cold truth that actual life-or-death battle provides more growth than any repetitive training session. Landing softly in the dirt, she prepares for the final confrontation with the dazed and dying leader. The hobgoblin erupts in a deafening roar of agony and rage, its primal instincts taking full control. Hot breath escapes its bared fangs as the monster struggles to maintain its footing during the struggle. Arya stares back with an icy, detached expression, sensing the inevitable climax of this grueling forest encounter. She identifies that the leader likely possesses specialized detection skills, making it far more dangerous than common goblins. Finally, she prepares her ultimate strike, fully aware that combat arts leave a brief and potentially fatal opening. Arya exhales slowly, acknowledging that the extreme danger of battle is rapidly accelerating her martial growth. A bloody and unsettling smile spreads across her face as she fully embraces the thrill of survival. Charging forward with two blades, she declares the monster will become the foundation for her future strength. The hobgoblin roars and swings its massive weapon, but Arya nimbly evades the heavy and destructive blow. Utilizing the opening, she ruthlessly slashes the creature's arm to further diminish its remaining physical power. The monster shrieks in agony as blood mists the air, its movements growing increasingly frantic and uncoordinated. Arya hurls her weapon with blinding speed, causing a violent explosion of dust upon impact with the ground. She ducks low and sprints past the towering beast, narrowly avoiding a lethal and desperate counterstrike. Suddenly, her blade is sent spinning into the air as the force of the collision proves overwhelming. The hobgoblin's heavy cleaver strikes the earth with bone-shattering force, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Leaping backward, Arya eyes the monster's remaining good eye while noting its mounting frustration and fatigue. She contemplates a risky strategy to finish the fight without depleting her meager and precious mana reserves. The enraged hobgoblin charges through the dense undergrowth, its heavy footsteps shaking the very forest floor. Arya maintains a precise distance, leading the massive creature deeper into the dark and tangled thickets. Moving like a shadow, she suddenly vanishes into the pitch-black darkness between the ancient, towering trees. Her breathing remains shallow and controlled as she waits for the perfect moment to execute her plan. The monster lunges blindly into the gloom, unaware that it is being systematically lured into a trap. Hidden within the shadows, the young girl prepares to strike while the hobgoblin searches for its prey. Thereafter, the beast unleashes a powerful combat art, its weapon glowing with a destructive and building energy. The massive impact pulverizes the ground, creating a chaotic cloud of dust and debris during the struggle. Massive debris explodes, beast snarls viciously, earth shatters violently. Suddenly Arya lunges. Arya's gaze sharpens, lethal strike lands. Thereafter chaos erupts. Gasping for air, she considers utilizing a dark magic auditory illusion to completely shatter the monster's remaining focus. Beast falls kneeling. Arya identifies that although the beast is blinded, it still retains enough primal strength to kill her instantly. Final killing strike prepared. Further reflecting on her growth, she realizes that surviving this genuine life-or-death struggle has fundamentally changed her soul. Monstrous charge erupts. As Arya nimbly maneuvers through the ancient trees, leading her exhausted and blind opponent deeper into the woods, shadowy retreat follows. Meanwhile, frantic search starts. Whereas the terrified maid huddles in the darkness, her lantern flickering as she realizes the forest is actually dangerous. Upon finding the maid, Sarah listens as she tearfully explains how the terrifying shrieks of monsters triggered her flight. Consequently, Sarah's expression hardens with worry as she realizes the young child they hired might already be dead. Finally, Sarah commands Castoro to escort Mina back while she personally enters the dangerous forest to find Arya. Sarah sternly tells Castoro that his punishment will be decided later, commanding him to follow her immediate orders. Clearly ashamed, the head butler bows his head in submission and acknowledges her authority without any further argument. Castoro then kneels to tend to the trembling maid, Mina, while Sarah prepares to investigate the dangerous woods. Dashing through the dark forest, Sarah grips her daggers while calculating the proximity of the earlier screams heard. She leaps forward with predatory grace, wondering how the defenseless Mina could have possibly survived such intense bloodlust. The moonlight reveals the gruesome aftermath of a battle, with small goblin carcasses littering the silent forest floor. Sarah cautiously approaches the remains, her dual blades ready for any hidden threats lurking within the thick shadows. Sensing an overwhelming and unnatural killing intent, she realizes that a rank 2 goblin could never produce such pressure. Her eyes widen as she identifies the presence of a much more formidable, rank 3 equivalent monster nearby. Arriving at the clearing, she discovers Arya standing stoically over the massive, slain body of the hobgoblin leader. Splattered with blood, the young girl gasps for air, her adrenaline slowly fading after the grueling and lethal struggle. Arya turns to see the head maid approaching, her guard still partially up despite her visible and overwhelming exhaustion. Sarah remains speechless, staring at the small child who single-handedly dispatched a threat far beyond her supposed level. Arya offers a quiet assurance that she is unharmed, though the physical toll of the fight is evident. Suddenly, the young girl's legs buckle as her consciousness begins to slip away from the extreme, magical strain. Sarah catches the collapsing child in her arms, looking down at the small warrior with a mixture of concern. Holding the unconscious Arya close, the head maid softly whispers that it is time to return to the estate. The dark of night continues to hang over the grand villa as the group retreats from the blood-soaked woods. Silence returns to the mansion's exterior, hiding the extraordinary events that unfolded deep within the forbidden forest territory. Eventually, Arya awakens in a comfortable bed, her eyes searching the unfamiliar room as she slowly regains her senses. Arya awakens in a comfortable bed, blinking in confusion as she slowly takes in her unfamiliar surroundings. She realizes her injuries have vanished, concluding that someone must have cast high-level recovery magic on her. Checking her status, she discovers a massive surge in power and several newly acquired combat and magical skills. Bewildered, she notes the acquisition of dark magic, wondering why it manifested as a spell rather than art. Since waking, she senses her internal mana flowing with unprecedented smoothness, her total combat power rising to 58. Touching her chest, she realizes a dark magic stone was born within her during that desperate forest struggle. Suddenly, a sharp noise from the doorway catches her attention, causing the young girl to look up instantly. A heavy footstep echoes as the bedroom door is pushed open by an unannounced and energetic visitor. Vero bursts into the room with a boisterous greeting, carrying a large basket filled with various savory foods. Arya remains stoic in bed, unsurprised by his loud entrance while he asks if she is finally awake. The basket reveals a feast of roasted meats and sausages, a reward for her grueling and successful battle. While munching on a skewer, she listens as Vero scolds her for recklessly fighting 5 monsters alone. He explains that the local night order will handle the remaining stragglers, ending her immediate scout duty. Vero mentions a new assignment before calling for Sarah to enter and speak with the young girl directly. The door creaks open once more, signaling the arrival of the formidable headmaid to the recovery room. Sarah enters, her appraisal revealing a staggering combat power that rivals even Vero's seasoned and professional strength. Shocked, Arya realizes the woman is far more than a simple servant, her presence completely and expertly masked. Sarah immediately berates Vero for feeding heavy meat to a child who is still recovering from extreme exhaustion. The headmaid's expression remains cold and authoritative as she looms over the now sheepish and silent scout. Swiftly, she replaces the greasy meat with a warm bowl of mild milk porridge for the young patient. Vero stands by the window while Arya quietly eats her porridge, listening as Sarah begins to explain her situation. Displaying the recovered magic steel knife, Sarah returns the equipment and mentions other money was found as well. Arya silently inspects her belongings returned by the maid, her focus remaining sharp despite her recent and physical exhaustion. When Arya inquires about her braided wire weapon, Sarah explains it was too damaged to be reused or saved. Although disappointed, Arya accepts the decision, realizing that her makeshift tools cannot withstand high-level and magical combat. While Arya contemplates her need for new armaments, Sarah shifts the conversation toward a much more important, informal matter. Surprisingly, Sarah offers Arya a position as an apprentice escort maid, promising specialized training under her own personal guidance. Meanwhile, a heavy carriage rumbles along a dusty road, signaling the approach of a new and highly important character. The noble convoy travels through the dense forest, carrying individuals whose fates are destined to collide with Arya's own. Introduced as the first princess, Elena Claydell stares out the window, wishing she could visit the bustling town instead. Identified as a future villainess, Elena is being sent away to recover while dealing with her intense familial attachments. Narrative fragments reveal that the true villainesses of the story are actually Clara and another daughter from a rival house. Sitting across from the princess, Clara remains cautious, realizing that the game's actual events haven't even officially started yet. Clara ponders how to manipulate Elena's future enmity toward the heroine to ensure her own survival in this world. Elena notices Clara's silence and gently inquires if she is deep in thought, offering a rare and kind smile. Forcing a polite smile, Clara denies any worry while internally struggling with the weight of her many secret memories. Elena continues to observe Clara with an innocent curiosity, unaware of the complex and dangerous schemes brewing within her. Clara realizes that the princess is far too perceptive, making any attempt at deception a highly risky and difficult task. As the noble villa finally comes into view, Clara wonders how she will handle the coming encounters at the estate. The grand guest house stands impressively against the horizon, marking the beginning of a fated meeting between the future rivals. Staff and guards line up at the grand villa entrance as the noble carriage finally arrives for the stay. Meanwhile, Clara walks beside the princess, her sharp gaze scanning the welcoming household staff for any potential threats. Suddenly, she spots a young boy bowing, recognizing Theo Layton, a key target from her past game memories. Thereafter, the maids bow deeply in perfect unison, their silent discipline reflecting the estate's high status and strict rules. But Clara freezes in place, a sudden wave of shock washing over her as her heart begins to race, where her eye widens in absolute disbelief, struggling to comprehend the impossible scene unfolding directly before her very eyes. She identifies the pinkish blonde hair of a young maid, realizing the story's heroine has appeared much earlier than expected. Internally panicked, Clara desperately denies the reality. Knowing the girl should still be confined within a distant orphanage, Elena notices her friend's distress and inquires about her well-being, forcing Clara to stammer a quick and nervous excuse. Though Elena remains silent, her piercing and analytical gaze suggests she doesn't fully believe the clumsy and sudden lie. Arya stands amongst the servants, her head bowed as she officially meets the royal visitors for the first time. Her sharp senses tingle, detecting the heavy and suspicious gaze of the noble girl currently standing before her. Unexpectedly, Princess Elena reaches out and demandingly asks to have the young apprentice maid assigned as her personal attendant. Clara recoils in genuine horror, realizing her plans to avoid the heroine have just been completely and utterly shattered. With a gentle but firm smile, the princess presents her choice, clearly intrigued by the mysterious and quiet child. Arya looks up in stunned silence, unable to comprehend why royalty would show interest in a lowly trainee maid. Thus, the fated encounter begins, setting the stage for a complex web of loyalty and betrayal at the villa. Meanwhile, a brief flashback recalls the moments when Sarah first proposed the secret role of an undercover escort maid. Back in the recovery room, Sarah demandingly asks for the child's actual name and current age to finalize paperwork. Arya calmly reveals she is only 7, leaving the seasoned warrior visibly shocked by her incredible and lethal talent. Sarah scolds Vero for bringing a 7-year-old on a bandit hunt as Arya watches from the bed, where Sarah notes Arya's rapid growth from high mana, while Vero awkwardly justifies his reckless choices. Tension fills the quiet recovery room as the three characters exchange silent and knowing glances with each other. Thereafter, Sarah emphasizes she won't force Arya, but insists that half-hearted efforts have no place in security. Sarah demandingly asks if Arya is satisfied with barely defeating a hobgoblin, challenging her current level of strength. Arya pauses her meal, staring into her empty bowl to carefully consider the headmaid's provocative words. With a sharp gaze, the young girl officially accepts the challenge of training under Sarah's personal guidance. Subsequently, Sarah smiles with satisfied approval, welcoming the small child into her specialized and elite unit. Sarah introduces herself as Sarah Layton, detailing her role managing both the estate maids and internal security. Arya identifies herself as a simple adventurer without relatives. Maintaining her mask of mystery before her new supervisor, Sarah reaches out, expressing her high expectations for Arya to eventually become a formidable and skilled combat maid. Detailed instructions regarding estate etiquette follow as Sarah explains the proper way to address different ranks of staff. Suddenly, the bedroom door pops open as the maid Mina peeks inside to check on the young patient. Mina enters with a joyful and energetic greeting, visibly relieved that Arya has finally regained her consciousness. Shortly after, Sarah commands Mina to wash the child and assist her in selecting a proper servant's uniform. Arya listens silently, processing the sudden and rapid transition from an independent wanderer to a household servant. Sarah announces that Arya's official work begins tomorrow at sunrise in the mansion's secluded back garden. Behind a thin white curtain, the silhouette of Arya appears as she prepares for her first proper bath. Mina explains the rigid social hierarchy of bathing, noting common maids must utilize leftover water from their superiors. While scrubbing Arya's back, Mina warns her to maintain perfect hygiene to avoid Sarah's legendary and strict anger. Mina douses Arya with water to finish her bath, chirping about choosing a uniform next. Then the senior maid demonstrates the proper way to fasten each button of the standard white blouse, while instructing the girl to wear thick socks before slipping into her stiff leather work shoes. So Mina watches with sparkling eyes, clearly enjoying the process of dressing her young and new companion. Subsequently, Arya stands in her full uniform, noting the dress still feels slightly oversized for her frame, as Mina leads her through the grand corridors, expressing sincere gratitude for her survival in the forest. Thereafter, the trainee receives a lesson on the complex rules of formal table settings and silver placement. While learning the disciplined posture and elegant walking style expected of a professional household servant, Arya realizes her absorbed knowledge makes these domestic tasks surprisingly manageable, despite her lack of experience. Before Mina waves a cheerful goodbye, encouraging the child to rest before her first official workday starts, Arya closes her bedroom door, the click of the latch signaling a rare moment of complete solitude. Then she collapses onto the mattress, staring at the ceiling, while the weight of her reality settles. Though sleep remains elusive as her mind races with strategies to survive within this noble environment, so she huddles on the floor, clutching her knees while her lethal blade rests within arm's reach. Until the first light of dawn arrives, prompting Arya to ignite a tiny magical spark to see. Thereafter, she meticulously fastens her uniform, ensuring her family memento remains hidden safely beneath the fabric. Sitting on her bed, the young girl pulls on her boots while steeling her heart for training, and she expertly ties her white apron strings, finalizing her disguise as a lowly household servant, whereby she ponders the tactical difficulty of concealing her magic steel blade within such restrictive clothing. Finally, she identifies her long skirt as the only viable hiding spot for her deadly and sharp weapons. Arya silently leaps from her bedroom window, embarking on a secret mission under the cover of early morning. Then she navigates through the dense and shadowed forest path toward a specific and familiar landmark, where she climbs a towering tree to retrieve the vital items she hid during the previous night's chaos, specifically securing her leather-bound book and other essential supplies before quickly returning to the grand estate. Subsequently, she arrives at the servant quarters' back garden, noting the area is still completely deserted. Although her sharp and refined senses suddenly alert her to a hidden presence lurking nearby, so she focuses her gaze on the thick thicket, suspecting that this encounter is another training test, until she confronts the young boy, Theo, who was secretly watching her movements from the shadows, who mockingly inquires if she is indeed the rumored and talented new apprentice maid everyone is discussing. But Arya remains wary, sensing no immediate bloodlust or hostile intent from the arrogant noble child. Then Theo warns her not to get carried away just for defeating a few simple forest goblins, where he laughs dismissively, claiming that he could easily accomplish the same feat with his own skills. Suddenly, a powerful and unexpected gust of wind swirls violently through the open and silent garden, which flips Arya's long skirt upward, revealing the array of lethal throwing knives strapped to her leg. Thereafter, Theo cheers with childish amusement, having discovered the young girl's array of secret and hidden weapons. As Arya stands stoically while the boy reacts with a mixture of surprise and genuine excitement, whereas Theo's face flushes bright red as he realizes the sheer lethality of her hidden arsenal, so he shouts out in shock, catching the cautious young girl completely and utterly off guard. Before Arya delivers a swift and powerful kick to silence the loud and increasingly irritating boy, finally her magic steel blade remains securely strapped to her leg, ready for any future conflict. Arya pins Theo to the ground, pressing her sharp magic steel dagger against his trembling and terrified neck. Sobbing and shielding his face, the young boy desperately begs for forgiveness after his foolish and reckless behavior. Arya then withdraws her blade, her expression unreadable while she questions the boy's strange and unexpected reaction. Suddenly, Sarah appears in the garden, her stoic presence immediately silencing the chaotic and noisy confrontation between children. Relieved she didn't strike, the girl realizes that killing Sarah's son would have surely resulted in her death. The headmaid offers a formal apology for her son's misconduct, her face reflecting a cold and professional disappointment. Subsequently, Sarah introduces Theo as her son and an apprentice butler, formalizing his role within the estate's hierarchy. Thereafter, Arya is presented as the new apprentice maid, marking the official beginning of her undercover and dangerous assignment. Sarah outlines a grueling 10-day training schedule, involving morning combat drills and evening etiquette lessons for the newcomers. When asked about affinities, Arya reveals her rare and innate mastery over both light and dark elemental attributes. Furthermore, Sarah emphasizes the necessity of mastering healing magic to conceal physical scars from the judgmental eyes of nobility. Eager to impress, Theo boastfully offers to instruct Arya in the versatile and powerful arts of wind magic instead. Arya merely dismisses the offer, leaving the boy looking remarkably dejected and deflated by her cold indifference. She quickly deduces that Theo intentionally utilized a wind spell to lift her skirt and expose her hidden arsenal. Despite his earlier defeat, Theo's excitement returns as he prepares for their upcoming and intensive joint training sessions together. While observing his behavior, Arya wonders why she constantly encounters so many eccentric and strange young boys lately. Sarah provides official weapons to Arya, while warning that any improper use will lead to immediate and lethal consequences. Arya then explains her method of concealing knives, receiving Sarah's permission to keep her secret weapons hidden away. She shoots a sharp, warning glance at Theo to ensure he understands that further trickery will not be tolerated. Finally, Theo warns her against using kicks during practice as Arya assumes a low and dangerous combat-ready stance. Arya and Theo grapple intensely, testing their physical strength against one another in a fierce morning clinch. Pinned down, she realizes her combat techniques against humans are still remarkably unrefined and quite lacking. Theo maintains his dominant hold while Arya notes she only stood a chance earlier because he was shaken. Sarah announces the end of morning practice, calling both exhausted children to gather for a final magical demonstration. While the apprentices catch their breath, Sarah manifests a shimmering orb of mana to show them basic utility. Arya concentrates and successfully activates the level 2 light spell, Purification, to remove the dirt from her skin. She stares at her clean palms, amazed that the magic instantly erased every trace of dust and sweat. Sarah explains the spell's importance for hygiene, fueling Arya's growing ambition to master all forms of light magic. Thereafter, the head maid presents a small, mysterious packet and commands Arya to consume it on a daily basis. The young girl is momentarily stunned to discover that the white powder provided is actually a potent poison. Sarah explains that regular consumption builds vital poison resistance, an essential skill for any high-ranking noble's personal guard. During breakfast, Theo and Arya sit together to replenish their energy after the morning's grueling and physical labor. Theo notes that most children their age quit the estate quickly, but he is glad Arya remains steadfast. As they eat, a group of senior maids whisper spitefully nearby, their growing resentment becoming quite clear. Arya observes their hostile glares with a detached and icy gaze. Fully aware of the social friction she creates, Theo notices her sharp look and asks if she realizes why the other servants are treating her so coldly. Finishing his meal, the boy waves a cheerful farewell as he heads off to begin his butler duties. He pauses to blush and stammer a confusing promise about responsibility before finally disappearing into the grand mansion. Transitioning to domestic labor, Arya vigorously shakes out heavy white linens under the bright sun in the courtyard. She ends the day scrubbing laundry in a wooden tub, experiencing the exhausting reality of a common maid's life. Castora walks down the grand estate hallway, his presence signaling the start of a new and formal day. The head butler's expression remains icy and detached, revealing his lingering distrust of the new apprentice. Arya meets his gaze with quiet resolve, refusing to be intimidated by the man's high combat power. Castoro utters a sharp remark before departing, his voice dripping with professional coldness toward the young girl. After a stiff bow to Sarah, the head butler leaves to attend to his own various household duties. Sarah notes his lack of sociability while Arya silently accepts that some adults will never offer trust. Thereafter, the head maid begins Arya's formal education, instructing her in the complex history of the kingdom. During physical drills, the pair practices maneuvering quickly while maintaining the poise required for high-class servants. The grueling transition from academic study to the physical requirements of her secret role begins to take shape. Alone in her high tree sanctuary at twilight, the girl reflects on the duality of her new life. She concentrates her mana, manifesting a swirling orb of dark magical energy within her small and steady palm. Arya realizes that dark magic functions best as a tool for deception rather than direct and physical force. Memories of her recent forest battle flicker as she visualizes how to incorporate illusions into her combat style. Her silhouette remains motionless against the fading light while she plans the next stage of her intense growth. Gazing up at the crescent moon in the vast starry sky, she finds a rare moment of peace. The passage of time is marked by shifting constellations while the world of noble intrigue waits below. The next day, Arya assists Mina with hanging laundry, adapting further to the mundane rhythms of servant life. Morning arrives with joint sparring sessions. As Arya and Theo clash under Sarah's vigilant and analytical gaze, Sarah gently adjusts Arya's hair before lessons, showing a rare spark of motherly warmth toward the young orphan. Finally, she spends the evening meticulously folding endless piles of white linens in the silent and dim laundry room. Arya sits at a wooden table, diligently mending linens when she suddenly pricks her finger with a sharp needle. A small droplet of crimson blood wells up, staining the white fabric as she pauses her monotonous task. Sighing in exhaustion, she realizes the arrival of her high-profile surveillance target is now rapidly approaching her. Suddenly, her sharp senses alert her to an unfamiliar presence, causing her to look up with wary eyes. She remains seated, carefully concealing her internal tension, while the heavy atmosphere of the estate surrounds her. Meanwhile, the household staff discusses the newcomer's readiness, arguing that she is still too unrefined for royal service. However, Princess Elena insists on having Arya nearby, claiming she felt a strange connection to the girl's eyes. Castoro and Sarah exchange a knowing look, realizing they must adjust their plans to accommodate the royal whim. Arya joins the line of servants as the head maid announces her temporary assignment to the princess's private quarters. Sarah signals for the apprentice to step forward and deliver a formal greeting to the distinguished royal guest. Stepping onto the cold stone floor, Arya prepares to play her role as a humble and obedient servant. Bowing deeply, she introduces herself to the princess while maintaining her carefully crafted mask of a lowly apprentice. Elena repeats the name with a mysterious smile, her gaze lingering on the quiet girl with intense curiosity. The princess's status reveals a high mana capacity, signaling her potential as a future magical power in this world. Clara watches from the sidelines, her heart racing as she sees the fated encounter happening far too early. Cold sweat beads on her forehead, while she realizes the story's preordained path is spiraling completely out of control. Voices echo through the lush rose garden as the party moves outside to enjoy the afternoon sunlight. Elena beckons Arya to follow her into the garden, further isolating the girl from the rest of the staff. Behind them, the senior maids glare with building resentment, jealous of the newcomer's sudden and unexpected favoritism. Elena watches Arya with a gentle but calculating expression, signaling the start of their complex and fated relationship. Elena laughs while observing Arya in the rose garden. Noting that the young maid possesses a very interesting personality, she continues smiling, asking Arya if she truly disregards the opinions of others in such a casual manner. Arya responds politely while privately acknowledging that they might actually be more similar than they appear on the surface. Elena keeps the untrained apprentice by her side constantly, despite Arya lacking the basic skills required for formal service. Meanwhile, Clara remains watchful and suspicious, but Arya finds almost no opportunities to make direct contact with her target. A few days later, Elena reflects on her mother's fragile health while standing upon the mansion's scenic overlook balcony. She explains the complex political landscape of the kingdom, emphasizing her mother's vital role in maintaining the national stability. Arya maintains her stoic mask, simply stating that such high-level matters are far beyond her own personal judgment. Elena announces a shopping trip to the city for tomorrow, commanding Arya to accompany her as a personal attendant. The young girl notices that Elena allows her to speak casually whenever they are alone together in private quarters. However, Arya strictly reminds herself that they are not friends, maintaining a professional distance despite the princess's warmth. She refuses to cross the boundary between master and servant. Even as Elena continues to treat her with kindness, Arya recalls stories of Elena's grueling childhood, where she was forced to endure an extraordinarily strict and elite education. She realizes the princess is also desperately struggling to survive her own circumstances, much like the young orphan herself. Elena gazes at the horizon while holding her teacup, asking Arya what she truly perceives in the world around them. Looking back with a cold eye, Arya privately doubts if she can ever truly serve someone so different from herself. They stand together overlooking a peaceful lake, where Arya finds the quiet atmosphere to be surprisingly and genuinely agreeable. The following day, a noble carriage rattles through the busy streets of the kingdom's second largest and most vibrant city. Peering through the window, Elena marvels at the variety of shops that cater to the needs of the common people. Elena offers to buy a gift for Arya, her joyful expression contrasting with the silent and guarded nature of her maid. Sarah and Arya observe Theo as he hurriedly navigates the mansion's grand and white-pillared corridors. The young apprentice butler remains focused on his task, his expression unusually stern for his age. Arya watches him silently, her sharp eyes always analyzing the behavior of those around her. Theo stops briefly to explain his next assignment, his face reflecting a mix of duty and pride. With a quick bow to his mother, the boy runs off to complete his pending household chores. Sarah comments on her son's diligent nature, while Arya privately reflects on the complexity of family bonds. Later that evening, Arya focuses on her studies, meticulously recording information under Sarah's watchful, professional guidance. The pair then practices the elegant and controlled movements required for high-ranking noble attendants within the estate. Transitioning to the kitchen, Arya assists with chores while Mina offers cheerful encouragement during the labor. Arya watches as Mina departs for the night, leaving the young girl alone in the quiet hallway. A heavy wooden door clicks shut, echoing through the empty corridor as the daily work finally ends. The following day, Arya explores the city's upscale clothing district during the princess's busy shopping excursion. Suddenly, an armored guard blocks her path, strictly forbidding the young apprentice from entering the private area. Arya shouts a desperate warning, her keen senses detecting a sudden and alarming lack of presence nearby. Confronting the guards in the hall, she demandingly insists on immediate entry into the princess's changing room. A hand knocks urgently against the heavy door, while voices cry out for the royal guest's safety. The household staff waits in tense silence, their growing anxiety mounting as they receive absolutely no response. Bursting through the entrance, the guard and maids find themselves facing an unexpected and terrifying scene inside. Unconscious bodies lie scattered across the floor of the room, signaling a sudden and violent abduction attempt. Arya identifies a strange chemical scent in the air, realizing the princess has been taken by professionals. Staff and guards discover a secret trapdoor leading deep underground. Realizing the princess has been taken below, Arya quickly identifies the opening and decides to lead the way into the dark and narrow tunnel. Without a moment of hesitation, she leaps into the darkness, her small frame disappearing into the subterranean depths. Landing with cat-like agility, the young girl prepares to navigate the hidden passages beneath the clothing shop. She corners a terrified maid, demandingly inquiring about Princess Elena's current location while maintaining her cold focus. The servant tearfully confesses to selling information for gold, unaware her actions would lead to a royal abduction. Arya's gaze hardens with disgust as she identifies the shop staff as the primary masterminds behind this crime. Sprinting through the maze of crates and shadows, she desperately searches for any sign of her royal charge. She discovers Elena lying dazed and vulnerable, realizing the sedative used on her was quite potent and fast-acting. Scanning the room, she notes a jagged breach in the masonry, a clear path used by the fleeing kidnappers. Arya enters the rough-hewn tunnel, her senses on high alert for any traps or hidden enemies lurking ahead. She deduces that a skilled earth mage must be among the criminals to have created such precise excavations. Reaching a dead end, she carefully inspects the wall for any signs of magical triggers or hidden mechanisms. Suddenly, a small passage opens, revealing the path taken by the kidnappers into the city's vast sewer network. She spots a suspicious man fleeing through the shadows, realizing he is part of the professional abduction team. Activating her specialized detection skill, Arya tracks the man's physical signature through the dark and damp corridor. Appearing like a ghost, she places a hand on the man's shoulder, catching him completely off guard. Thereafter, she lunges forward with predatory speed to prevent the criminal from alerting any of his distant cohorts. The man shrieks in pain as a precise blow strikes his back, shattering his hope for an easy escape. She ruthlessly pins the criminal to the floor, ready to extract information about the remaining kidnappers' whereabouts. Arya holds her dagger to the kidnapper's throat, demandingly asking where the targets were taken. When the man hesitates, she ruthlessly slashes his shoulder to emphasize her cold determination. Terrified, the lookout begs for mercy while explaining he was only hired to watch the entrance. He points down the dark tunnel, claiming the kidnappers fled toward a waiting carriage ahead. Arya presses for information about accomplices, and the panicked man reveals more members are waiting. Accepting the information, she prepares her blade for a final strike to ensure his permanent silence. The criminal is left dead on the floor as Arya prepares to pursue the primary kidnappers. Slipping through a narrow doorway, she cautiously scans the long, empty corridor for any potential ambushes. She ponders the man's directions, suspecting that his sudden correction about the route was a lie. Her sharp gaze narrows as she concentrates her senses to detect any lingering traces of mana. Moving with silent speed, the young girl navigates the mansion's basement to find the correct exit. Her focus intensifies while she prepares to utilize every bit of her tracking knowledge and experience. She discovers faint footprints on the dusty floor, noting the signs of a struggle and abduction. Trusting her instincts, Arya sprints down the hallway as her shadow stretches across the stone walls. She recalls Sarah's warning about political factions that seek to exploit the royal family's influence. Looking toward the city skyline, she understands that the princess is in grave danger of execution. Despite the overwhelming risk, she continues her pursuit, determined to fulfill her secret protector role. Her mind briefly drifts to a quiet tea time spent sharing a simple meal with Elena. She remembers Elena's genuine and joyful laughter, a sound rarely heard by a lowly servant. Recalling the princess's bright smile, Arya realizes her heart has grown lighter since they met. Elena sits stoically on her throne, always maintaining the rigid and formal bearing expected of a royal princess. Within a vision of light, Elena asks Arya what she perceives in the world during their private conversation. Meanwhile, Arya watches the princess with a guarded expression, sensing the heavy burden of duty on young shoulders. Subsequently, they stand together in a dark void. Elena identifying Arya as a kindred spirit trapped by fate. Sprinting through the narrow city streets, Arya rejects her professional duty, simply wishing for the princess to live. A painful memory reveals a young Elena being struck and commanded to suppress her tears for the throne. Her mother looms over her, declaring that the succession belongs to another and demanding absolute cold perfection. Sobbing quietly, the child realizes she has never once felt the genuine warmth of her own mother's love. Driven by a desperate need for approval, young Elena buried herself in magic and endless stacks of books. By age 4, she mastered 4 magical attributes, trading her innocence for advanced intellect and overwhelming power. While other children play freely, the princess realizes she has lost her childhood and her physical health forever. A dark magic stone grows within her heart, slowly eroding her body and threatening her very life and future. Thereafter, her mother's interest vanished instantly when Elena's condition became a liability to the royal succession plans. Alone in the secluded estate garden, she reflects on her isolation and the cold reality of her survival. Suddenly, her half-brother Prince Elvin appears, offering the only true support and kindness she has ever known. Elena watches her brother with a mix of longing and calculated distance. Unsure how to handle his warmth, obsessed with her only ally, she clings to Elvan's gentle nature to escape the cruelty of her life. She puts on a bright and cheerful mask, hiding her inner turmoil behind a beautiful and practiced smile. Understanding that following her mother's ambition would tear the kingdom apart, she recognizes her brother's inherent weakness. To deter noble exploitation, Elena maintains a facade of obsession with the prince to signal her absolute loyalty. Elena is shown sitting alone, reflecting on a childhood where she was never allowed to act her age. A bright light surrounds her as she recalls asking Arya about the true nature of their shared world. Arya stands silently in her maid uniform, her presence offering a strange comfort to the isolated royal girl. In a mental void, Elena identifies Arya as the only person who truly understands the weight of fate. Sprinting through the city, Arya realizes she isn't running out of duty, but a genuine desire to save Elena. A flashback reveals the young princess being brutally struck by her mother for showing weakness or tears. Her mother demandingly orders her to succeed the throne, prioritizing political power over any maternal and loving bond. Sobbing, the child Elena realizes she has never experienced even a single spark of warmth from her mother. Driven by desperation, she threw herself into grueling magical studies and endless books to earn some scrap of attention. By age 4, she mastered 4 magical attributes, gaining immense intellect at the cost of her own childhood. Rumors spread through the palace that the princess's health is failing, leaving her unable to even run freely. The magic stone in her heart expands with every spell, slowly and mercilessly consuming her frail and young body. Realizing her daughter was no longer a perfect political tool, the mother's interest in Elena vanished almost instantly. Alone in the estate garden, the young girl grappled with the cold isolation of her royal and tragic existence. Suddenly, Prince Elvin appeared, offering the first genuine support and kindness the lonely princess had ever truly known. Elena watched her half-brother with a mixture of hope and caution, desperate for a connection in the palace. She became deeply obsessed with Elvin, clinging to his gentle nature as her only anchor in a cruel world. To protect her place, she carefully crafted a mask of cheerful happiness to hide her inner and building turmoil. Elena realized that her brother's gentleness was not the strength needed to prevent the kingdom from splitting apart. Consequently, she feigned a public obsession with the prince to signal her absolute loyalty to the royal faction. A sudden flash of steel cuts through the air as the rescue mission reaches its critical turning point. The lead kidnapper sneers while guarding the carriage, her blade held high against any potential intruders. Hidden within the shadows, Arya observes the enemy's movements, her heart racing as she prepares to strike. A wicked smile spreads across the kidnapper's face, mocking the desperate struggle of her young pursuer. Standing before the dazed princess, the woman taunts Arya for catching up much faster than she anticipated. Elena lies helpless on the wooden floorboards, her vision blurring as the effects of the sedative linger. Her eyes widen in absolute shock as she catches sight of a familiar figure emerging from the darkness. Arya stands her ground in her tattered maid uniform, her magic steel blade glinting with lethal intent. The sun sets over the quiet villa, marking the beginning of a fated confrontation in the city outskirts. Clara watches the unfolding events from a distance, her mind racing with the weight of her past memories. A cold and calculating gaze settles over Elena's features as she analyzes the true nature of her surroundings. Recalling their first meeting, she realizes her intuition was correct about the mysterious girl's hidden strength. Arya's striking features and unyielding eyes reflect a resolve that defies her lowly status as a servant. Though she seems detached from others, she attends to the princess with a level of unexpected care. A sudden clatter echoes through the halls as the young maid purposefully tests the boundaries of her environment. Elena watches with a mixture of surprise and genuine curiosity, fascinated by the girl's strange behavior. Suddenly, the image of a specialized protector flashes through her mind, confirming her suspicions about the secret guard. A rare and genuine smile touches Elena's lips as she feels an unexpected sense of kinship. Standing together in the face of isolation, the pair realizes they are no longer alone in this world. Finally, Elena cries out in relief as her silent guardian arrives to save her from the kidnappers' clutches. The female thief laughs mockingly, claiming her work involving nobles is far more entertaining than she expected. Elena shouts a desperate warning, revealing the woman is a guild thief who specializes in using lethal poisons. Nonchalantly, the criminal exhales a satisfied sigh while maintaining a smug and superior posture before her opponent. Arya's gaze sharpens with realization as she quietly acknowledges the gravity of the threat standing before her. A mental appraisal reveals the thief's formidable stats, showing a combat power that spikes significantly when magically reinforced. Recognizing the enemy's strength exceeds even Castoro's, Arya prepares for a fight while the thief mocks her stalling. The mercenary claims she has a strict principle against killing during her professional jobs, maintaining a wicked smirk. With a twisted grin, she apologizes in advance for the pain she is about to inflict upon the girl. Suddenly, a high-velocity stone projectile whistles past Arya's head as she barely evades the opening magical strike. Her pupils dilate in surprise, feeling the sheer speed and lethal pressure of the thief's coordinated magical assault. The woman chants the activation word for her earth magic, her lips curling into a predatory and joyful smile. Swirling brown mana gathers around the criminal as she prepares to unleash a barrage of magical earth projectiles. Jagged stones erupt violently from the ground, surrounding Arya in a chaotic and building storm of earth mana. Moving with inhuman speed, the young maid twists her body through the air to avoid the incoming shards. Projectiles shatter against the pavement as Arya continues her frantic and high-speed evasive maneuvers across the open courtyard. The thief's eyes widen in genuine shock, impressed that a mere child successfully dodged her entire opening volley. Panting heavily, Arya finally experiences the terrifying and destructive power of actual attack magic for the first time. A disturbing shudder of excitement runs through the thief as she expresses her growing fascination with the girl. Her expression turns sadistic, admitting she finds the suffering faces of beautiful children to be absolutely intoxicating and sweet. Elena watches from the carriage with a trembling gaze, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of the monstrous attacker. Arya observes the thief's disturbing behavior with cold detachment. Labeling her a complete pervert in her mind, the two combatants square off in the open space, the thief signaling the official start of their duel. A sudden and violent exchange of steel erupts as their blades clash with bone-jarring force. Impact sends Arya reeling backward, her small frame struggling to absorb the overwhelming momentum of the strike. Despite the pressure, she immediately counters with a flurry of precise and high-speed slashes against her opponent. Utilizing her specialized combat arts, the young maid initiates a lethal maneuver designed to shatter her enemy's guard. Sparks fly through the air as the thief barely parries the desperate and calculated counterattack. Switching tactics, the criminal unleashes a concentrated burst of earth magic to create a blinding cloud of dust. Arya's vision is instantly completely obscured by the thick, choking debris swirling violently around the battlefield. Forced onto the defensive, the young girl hits the dirt while trying to sense her attacker's next move. She rolls through the choking haze, her heart pounding as the immediate threat of a follow-up strike looms. Watching from the sidelines, Princess Elena screams the girl's name in absolute and building terror for her safety. The thief laughs maniacally, while Arya struggles to breathe amidst the overwhelming and building magical dust storm. Taunting her fallen prey, The woman promises to carve her into pieces during their next violent exchange. Closing her eyes to focus her remaining senses, Arya listens intently for the subtle vibrations of the air. A near-invisible needle whistles through the gloom, launched with absolute and cold-blooded precision toward the target. Confusion flickers across the thief's face as a tiny stinging cut suddenly appears on her cheek. Arya emerges from the settling dust, leaving her opponent stunned by her sudden and unexpected recovery. Panic sets in as the criminal realizes her vision is failing, unable to see the hidden threat. Standing silhouetted against the light, the young maid prepares her final strike, while the thief remains utterly bewildered. Arya reveals her new weighted string weapon, a tool crafted specifically to control the chaotic flow of battle. Using centrifugal force, she swings the blade at high speeds, making it nearly impossible for her foe to track. The thief grits her teeth in frustration, barely evading the sharp, unpredictable arcs of the whirling metal weight. Breathless from the exertion, the criminal realizes she can no longer afford to underestimate the young maid's skill. Her eyes narrow with a dangerous new resolve as she demands to know the child's true identity and purpose. Shedding her playful demeanor, the professional assassin assumes a lethal combat stance, ready to end the struggle immediately. Arya remains silent and stoic, her steady breathing indicating a complete mastery over her internal magical energy reserves. Watching from the ground, the princess prays for her protector's victory, while the surrounding tension reaches a breaking point. The young girl declares herself a combat maid, an elite guardian whose sole purpose is to eliminate royal threats. Amused by the grand title, the thief decides to test if the girl's skill truly matches her bold words. Abruptly, the criminal turns her attention elsewhere, searching for a tactical advantage in the cluttered city outskirts courtyard. A heavy dagger thuds into the wood inches from Elena, causing the terrified princess to scream in sudden shock. Mocking the princess's fragility, the thief uses the distraction to lure Arya into a fatal and reckless opening. A sinister grin spreads across the assassin's face as she prepares to unleash her full and overwhelming speed. In a blur of motion, the thief lunges across the clearing, her weapon whistling through the air with lethal intent. Arya commands her opponent to keep her eyes fixed on the target, refusing to let the distraction succeed. Enraged by the child's constant defiance, the criminal's expression twists into a mask of pure and unadulterated fury. Declaring that playtime is officially over, the thief grips her blade tighter for a final and decisive killing blow. The two fighters erupt into a frenzied exchange of steel, their movements leaving only streaks of silver behind them. A predatory hunger shines in the thief's eyes as she anticipates the feeling of the girl's warm blood. Suddenly, a magical pitfall trap erupts beneath Arya's feet, forcing her to react instantly to the changing terrain. Pivoting through the air, the young maid narrowly avoids falling into the dark and treacherous hole in the courtyard. Although she lands low, the thief quickly closes the distance to capitalize on her opponent's momentary loss of balance. With a predatory grin, the assassin lunges forward to deliver a crushing blow against the defenseless girl. Unexpectedly, Arya activates her double-edged skill, unleashing two simultaneous and blindingly fast strikes to counter the charge. A violent explosion of dust and debris follows as the overwhelming force of their meeting shatters the ground nearby. Caught off guard by the child's hidden technique, the thief's expression falters into a mask of pure shock. Utilizing the concealment of her long skirt, Arya successfully executes a deceptive maneuver taught by her mentor Sarah. She recalls the grueling 2 weeks of specialized footwork training, allowing her to move with silent and lethal grace. Maintaining her focus, the young girl prepares for the next phase of this increasingly desperate and high-speed confrontation. Thereafter, the thief unleashes a powerful assault skill, her body shrouded in an intense and building magical aura. Arya winces in surprise as the assassin's weapon whistles past her ear, with terrifying and bone-chilling speed. Swinging her weighted string, she attempts to bind her opponent's movements while navigating the chaotic battlefield. A heavy impact rattles Arya's bones, the sheer physical pressure of the thief's attack pushing her backward. Sliding across the rough stone pavement, the maid struggles to maintain her footing and her grip on her weapon. Sensing a massive surge of atmospheric mana, she realizes the criminal is preparing a high-level earth magic technique. Determined to strike first, Arya whirls her weapon with renewed vigor, the metal weight humming through the air. Meanwhile, the thief remains stationary, her eyes burning with a dark and disturbing intensity beneath the shadows. With a chilling smirk, The assassin activates her rock skin ability to harden her body against incoming physical damage. Finally, Arya's projectile strikes the thief's face only to bounce off harmlessly, leaving the girl staring in utter disbelief. Arya is shocked as her weapon bounces harmlessly off the thief's magically hardened and impenetrable skin. Mockingly, the assassin looks down at the pendulum weapon, recognizing its design while Arya remains momentarily frozen. Arya attempts another strike, but the thief dismisses the clever attack as a useless and futile effort. Hidden magical armor now covers the criminal, a high-level trump card fueled by concentrated and building earth mana. With a sadistic grin, the thief commands Arya to scream beautifully while she savors the coming pain. Sensing a powerful incantation, the young maid prepares for an inevitable and massive magical earth-based assault. Arya nimbly leaps through the air to evade a relentless barrage of high-velocity and sharpstone projectiles. Despite her agility, several shards strike home, forcing Arya to block the painful and building physical damage. Collapsed in the dirt, she listens as the thief mockingly asks if her tricks have finally run out. The assassin lunges forward with lethal intent, declaring that she will definitely end the girl's life here. Gritting her teeth through the pain, Arya considers her final hidden trump card while her mana dwindles. A frantic chase ensues as Arya desperately tries to create distance from her relentless and superior pursuer. Maniacal laughter echoes as the thief closes the gap, relishing the thrill of the hunt and inevitable victory. A sharp impact sends Arya reeling, the overwhelming force of the thief's strike finally breaking her guard. Arya screams in agony, a sound that brings a disturbing and joyous look to the assassin's face. Blushing with sadistic excitement, the woman celebrates finally hearing the young girl's beautiful and pained cry. Poison courses through her veins, making breathing difficult while Arya struggles to maintain her fading internal consciousness. Brutally, the thief kicks the fallen maid, mocking her stubborn endurance in the face of certain death. Though time is short, the criminal expresses a twisted desire to prolong Arya's intense suffering and torture. Finally, the thief plunges her blade deep into Arya's torso, relishing the girl's final moments of agony. Arya's eye dilates with overwhelming focus as she endures the searing agony of her fresh and bleeding wounds. Because the thief laughs maniacally while pinning her down, savoring every pained scream that echoes through the courtyard. Intense pulses of throbbing pain radiate from her torso, where the lethal and poisoned blade remains embedded deeply. Gritting her teeth, Arya grips her weapon with bloodied fingers, refusing to let her consciousness fade into darkness. Subsequently, she glares with a chilling resolve, whispering that her secret preparations for a counterstrike are finally complete. Suddenly, a surge of mana erupts, catching the overconfident thief completely off guard during her momentary and cruel celebration. The assassin stares blankly in confusion, unable to comprehend the strange and sudden shift in the battle's momentum. Thereafter, her face twists into a mask of building frustration as she realizes her physical movements are being hindered. A deafening shriek of pure agony pierces the air as a hidden magical trap is finally and violently triggered. The thief's jaw drops in a silent scream, her body racked by an invisible force that shatters her composure. Arya explains that illusion magic can only reproduce sensations that the caster has personally experienced and fully understood. Using her dark magic, she unleashes phantom pain to trap her enemy within a horrific hallucination of absolute suffering. While the thief convulsively shudders on the ground, Arya stands up shakily, her presence looming over her fallen foe. Her heavy footsteps crunch against the stone pavement as she slowly approaches the cowering and terrified criminal nearby. Desperately, the thief attempts to crawl away, begging for mercy while her limbs refuse to obey her frantic commands. Moving with predatory silence, Arya loops her weighted string around the assassin's throat for a final and decisive finish. She ruthlessly pins the woman down, ignoring the muffled pleas for help while tightening the lethal and cutting wire. Arya's eyes burn with an icy, detached hatred as she declares that the thief's wretched life ends right here, whereby she puts her entire weight into the strike, the string biting deep into the criminal's neck with force. Finally, blood sprays violently across the pavement as the thief's grand ambitions are silenced forever in the cold night. Arya's eye dilates with overwhelming focus as she endures the searing agony of her fresh and bleeding wounds. Because hunched over, the wounded maid stumbles blindly across the silent courtyard while clutching her shredded side, where a sudden, violent cough splatters fresh crimson across her palm, confirming the depth of her internal trauma. Thereafter, she identifies the metallic tang of blood and realizes the assassin's toxin has already reached her heart. As her strength fails, Arya collapses onto the cold ground while whispering a desperate and final healing command, whereby she lies motionless in the dust, the weight of her duty and her injuries finally proving too much. Meanwhile, Princess Elena drags her weakened body across the pavement, desperately shouting the young girl's name in terror. Reaching her fallen guardian, the princess's face pales as she observes the horrific and still bleeding abdominal wound. So Arya weakly explains the process of detoxification, despite the royal girl's visible and building panic during treatment, until the maid lists the specific botanical components of the poison to help Elena form a mental image. Although the princess admits she has never seen several of the rare materials mentioned in the complex recipe, whereas Arya insists she use her imagination to bridge the gap, urging her to cast the spell immediately, then Elena desperately channels her mana into a healing chant, her eyes filled with tears and frantic resolve. While the princess's expression remains fixed on her companion, she pushes her magical reserves to their absolute limit. Thereafter, a shimmering aura of light magic envelops Arya's body as the princess attempts a difficult recovery spell. But the magic fails to stabilize the internal damage, leaving Elena in a state of absolute and crushing despair. Arya realizes that a successful regeneration requires a deeper understanding of human biology than the princess currently possesses. Furthermore, she reflects on the extreme difficulty of mending vital organs that are hidden from the naked eye. So she utilizes her feel skill to perceive the exact nature of the damage and guide the magic. Finally, the specialized spell provides a clear map of the trauma, allowing the healing process to begin accurately. Arya struggles through the searing pain in her organs, weakly chanting a healing spell for one final time. Elena desperately channels her mana as light magic envelops her guardian, desperate to stabilize the fatal internal damage. The world fades into a hazy blur, while the young maid's consciousness wavers on the brink of death. Darkness slowly retreats as the healing magic takes root, gradually mending the life-threatening wounds inflicted by the assassin. Flickers of light dance before her vision during the slow and agonizing transition back to the waking world. Finally opening her eyes, Arya finds herself alive, though utterly drained from the intense magical and physical strain. Suddenly, Vero appears at the window with a casual greeting, surprising the girl during her quiet moment of recovery. 3 long days have passed when Arya fully awakens in her bedroom. Immediately noticing the smell of roasted meat, Theo sobs with relief at her bedside while Sarah and Vero watch over their young and resilient companion. Investigations reveal the female thief was a notorious kidnapper of high-ranking nobles, though her plans were ultimately thwarted. Sarah commends Arya's bravery while noting that waiting for the senior butler would have been the safer choice. The young girl remains silent, her stoic expression hiding the complex emotions stirred by the near-fatal encounter. Petals fall in the quiet garden, where Arya reflects on the fact that she hasn't seen Elena since. While mending her damaged weighted string weapon, a sharp knock at the door interrupts her solitary and peaceful labor. Sarah enters the room with a grave expression, her presence signaling that official business requires the girl's attention. Handing over a secret message, the head maid commands Arya to burn the document immediately after reading its contents. Gripping the small folded parchment, the apprentice maid realizes that her undercover role is far from over yet. Moonlight bathes the grand estate on the final night before Princess Elena's scheduled and formal departure for home. Arya stands alone in the shadows beneath the royal balcony, her sharp eyes scanning the dark for potential threats. With a swift motion, she hurls her specialized weapon toward the stone railing to initiate a secret nighttime meeting. Elena waits alone on the balcony in the quiet night, her thoughts lingering on her departure. Arya lands silently on the stone floor after scaling the estate wall with practiced ease. Responding to the summons, the young maid formally announces her arrival to the waiting princess. Elena offers sincere thanks for the protection that allowed her to recover her health in peace. Dismissing the praise, Arya maintains that she was simply fulfilling her assigned professional duties as an escort. A soft, knowing smile plays across the princess's lips as she observes her mysterious young guardian. Elena shifts tentatively, the rustle of her gown echoing softly in the silent night air. Breaking the heavy silence, the royal girl finally prepares to ask a long-awaited and personal question. She bluntly inquires about Arya's true identity, sensing a depth far beyond that of a common maid. Internally, Arya identifies only as a wandering orphan and a simple adventurer seeking her own survival. Elena watches her with a look of deep understanding, sensing the heavy weight of their shared burdens. Reflections of the lone warrior shimmer within the princess's bright and curious eyes during their talk. Placing her hand on the stone railing, the royal girl prepares to make a significant life proposal. She asks Arya to become her official guard, but the girl flatly rejects serving any master. Coldly, Arya reaffirms her independence, declaring she belongs to no noble house or predetermined path. Night winds sweep across the balcony as a heavy, contemplative silence falls between the two children. Elena acknowledges the rigid social chasm that prevents them from ever truly being designated as friends. They accept that their disparate roles in society keep them standing in completely different and separate worlds. Suddenly, the princess shouts with building emotion, refusing to let the girl leave without one final word. Elena declares they are kindred spirits, leaving Arya stunned by the unexpected and profound revelation. Elena recognizes Arya as a kindred spirit. Then she bows her head in quiet acknowledgement of their bond. Thereafter, she addresses Arya as her comrade and kindred spirit. While she vows to use her royal power to protect Arya once, subsequently Arya swears to eliminate any target for the princess, even royalty, as they stand together on the balcony under the pale moonlight. Then Elena pauses for one final, important request, where she demandingly asks to know the girl's actual name. Arya chuckles softly at the princess's bluntness and lack of honorifics, before showing a rare, genuine smile for the first time, whereby she finally reveals her true name as Alicia. Thereafter, a gentle and peaceful expression settles on the royal girl's face, until she bids a final farewell to her secret and dear friend. Arya offers her own quiet goodbye while watching the princess leave, where Elena disappears back into the villa, leaving her destiny behind. The next morning arrives over the sprawling Dandor estate grounds. Then the noble convoy departs as the household staff bows deeply, while the princess closes her eyes, reflecting on their short time together. Shortly after, Castoro approaches Arya to mark the end of her first job. Finally, he informs the young maid that her next dangerous assignment is ready. Arya stands in the grand hallway, realizing that her next dangerous assignment has already been set in motion. Castoro approaches the young maid, officially informing her that her next mission for the organization is finally decided. Utilizing her appraisal skill, Arya notes Castoro's staggering combat power. Identifying him as an elite and formidable warrior, she accepts the role of a cooperator, acknowledging that she cannot simply walk away after learning their secrets. Castoro reveals that she must infiltrate a noble household as a servant to solve a specific ongoing crisis. The butler bluntly states that her failure would only cost one noble life, making the task a test. Arya reflects on the cold hierarchy of the kingdom, while accepting the terms of her new undercover job. Thereafter, Grave clarifies his identity within the hidden group, before Arya inquires about her exact destination for travel. The heavy silence of the manor surrounds them, as the location of her next target remains momentarily unspoken. Walking through the courtyard, the young girl observes the staff busy packing crates for the royal party's departure. Suddenly, the distinct smell of pipe smoke alerts Arya to the presence of her eccentric mentor waiting nearby. Vero sits casually upon a stone wall, enjoying a moment of quiet peace amidst the mansion's frantic cleanup. Arya mockingly asks if he is slacking off, but the seasoned scout insists he is merely taking a break. Upon learning of her immediate departure, Vero acknowledges that their paths must diverge for now until they meet again. Without a single look back, the young maid begins walking away, her cold detachment catching the scout off guard. Vero boisterously complains about her lack of sentimentality, while Arya maintains her focus on the difficult road ahead. She realizes that although her formal training is minimal, she must rely on her own strength to survive. Rubbing his head, the seasoned adventurer exhales a weary sigh at the child's remarkably stoic and unyielding personality. Vero offers a final word of encouragement, telling the girl to stay healthy while she prepares for infiltration. A rare and subtle smile touches Arya's face as she bids her mentor a quiet and final farewell. Vero offers a parting grin, confident that his young disciple is ready for the challenges ahead. Standing in the courtyard, the seasoned scout bids a final farewell to the stoic young maid. Mina approaches with a kind smile, presenting a sturdy suitcase as a practical parting gift. Surprised by the gesture, Arya accepts the luggage, while the cheerful maid wishes her good luck. Expressing her sincere gratitude, the young girl acknowledges the first real kindness she received at the estate. Shouldering her belongings, she passes through the heavy iron gates to begin her next solo journey. Suddenly, a flustered Theo blocks her path. his face turning bright red in the morning light. The boy declares his intent to meet her again in the capital once he reaches adulthood. Arya ponders his mysterious promise, while Theo vows to become stronger than her one day. With a joyful shout, he waves a final goodbye before sprinting back toward the grand mansion. Watching him disappear, the lone girl experiences a rare moment of quiet and unexpected sentimentality. She wonders if having a younger brother would have felt as warm as her time with Theo. Stealing her heart once more, she turns away from the estate and sets off toward the city. Towering stone buildings loom ahead as she reaches the bustling streets of the nearby urban center. Navigating the crowded market, she plans to gather essential supplies for her upcoming and secret infiltration. Recalling Sarah's advice, she decides to let her hair grow out to better disguise her noble features. Stopping at a local stall, she efficiently purchases enough travel rations to sustain her for many days. Moving like a shadow among commoners, the young girl blends perfectly into the chaotic city life. While resting by the roadside, she remains vigilant of the various travelers passing through the narrow district. Finally, Arya gazes at the distant castle, wondering if her next noble target awaits within those walls. Elena reflects on the strange atmosphere surrounding her friend, noting a hidden sense of wariness and distrust. Because Arya decides that she must remain extremely vigilant regarding the noble girl's true and hidden intentions, where she ponders the possibility that this girl might eventually become a dangerous enemy to Princess Elena's future. Meanwhile, Count Bert Melrose inquires about the girl, demandingly asking how she appeared through the butler's eyes. Thereafter, the official grave begins his formal report, detailing the findings of his thorough and ongoing investigation. As he confirms the existence of a young girl whose memories and traits strongly resemble the deceased noblewoman. Although Bert remains skeptical, commandingly ordering the butler to speak with complete and absolute honesty regarding the matter, whereas Grave maintains a solemn expression while processing the weight of the information he has recently gathered, describing a beautiful child with pinkish blonde hair who doesn't quite match the specific image of the lady. So, the Count sinks into a deep and troubled silence, carefully contemplating the various pieces of conflicting evidence, before noting that the impression is more akin to a dark gray, signaling the situation is still premature. Further, he laments the lack of a family ring, which would have confirmed the child's royal lineage instantly. Simultaneously, Sarah presents a braided cord made of hair, reporting that the mysterious 7-year-old possesses remarkable skills, whereby they question how such a young child could have possibly attained the strength to defeat a hobgoblin. Because Bert identifies the girl's common background as a major inconsistency, given her overwhelming and lethal combat power, thereafter he decides against sending Sarah, prioritizing her essential security role within the capital's royal palace instead. While he admits that sending someone untrustworthy for such a delicate task is simply out of the question, consequently, Grave accepts his new instructions, the meeting finally drawing to its quiet and formal conclusion. 3 weeks pass as Arya embarks on her next journey, her boots treading upon a new and unfamiliar path. Finally, she arrives at the northern border of Dandor, ready to begin her latest and dangerous undercover mission. Arya finally reaches the Silas Barons territory, a region surrounded by towering and majestic mountains. Local rumors detail a mysterious figure leaving bloody handprints near a young noblewoman's private chambers. Meanwhile, townspeople whisper about a terrifying phantom that emerges under the cover of the dark night. Thereafter, the young girl begins her investigation, searching for consistent information amidst the chaotic local gossip. She notes that every eyewitness account varies significantly, making the true nature of the threat elusive. Further, a merchant explains how recent heavy rains have halted all fishing activity along the nearby river, while he warns that dangerous water monsters have begun appearing more frequently due to the unexpected flooding. Subsequently, she continues her journey across the vast and open fields toward the city's massive stone walls. Because despite her official mission, she has personal business to attend to deep within this specific forest. She recalls that the teacher of her previous assailant resides somewhere on the outskirts of this wilderness, whereby she decides to establish a secure base for her belongings to avoid losing any precious items. Sunlight filters through the ancient trees, illuminating the quiet and secluded path during her morning trek. Thereafter, she meticulously secures her camp, utilizing the high branches of a sturdy tree for safety. A massive and ancient trunk serves as a dependable landmark within the deep and tangled forest thickets. Alone in the wild, she reflects on the many life-or-death struggles that have already defined her life. Then her appraisal crystal confirms a massive surge in power and several newly mastered combat and magical skills. Although her gaze remains cold, realizing her current strength is still far too lacking for her goals. She analyzes past battles, noting that every victory was achieved through absolute and desperate survival instinct. Her list of acquired techniques continues to grow, forming the foundation of her specialized and lethal combat style. Finally, Arya raises her fist toward the starry sky, vowing to hone herself into a single perfected blade. Graves stands before the Count, reporting the strange details he discovered during his investigation. In the quiet study, Bert listens intently while Grave explains the similarities between the girl and his daughter. A mental status window reveals that Grave is a high-ranking official with massive combat and internal mana. They discuss the possibility of her being the lost Alicia, weighing the evidence against their own suspicions. Grave formally submits his findings, noting that the child's presence in the slums is quite unusual. Bert reflects on the memory of his daughter, wondering if fate has truly brought her survivor back. The Count demandingly asks Grave to speak honestly about his personal impression of the mysterious young girl. Grave hesitates for a moment, his face reflecting the heavy burden of the truth he must deliver. He notes she is beautiful, but lacks the characteristic pink blonde hair of their noble family lineage. Bert integrates the new information, concluding that the child's identity remains a complex and uncertain mystery. The heavy atmosphere of the room remains still as the two men contemplate the political consequences. The Count realizes that without the family ring, they cannot fully confirm her royal and noble lineage. Sarah inspects the braided cord made of hair, confirming that the young girl's talents are certainly real. A flashback recalls Arya's overwhelming strength during the monster hunt, proving her to be an extraordinary warrior. Bert determines that her growth is far too rapid for a common child living in the slums. The Count prioritizes palace security, deciding not to send Sarah for the girl's next mission instead. He vows to protect her from the shadows, ensuring that no one exploits her potential power. Shadows lengthen across the estate walls as the secret meeting finally reaches its quiet and formal end. 3 weeks later, she sets out. Finally reaching the border, Arya prepares to begin. Arya walks away from the shouting boy, realizing his simple background makes him easy to read. Thereafter, she beckons him to follow, demandingly asking to be guided to where the mysterious phantom first appeared, where Theo stands stunned, completely caught off guard by the young maid's sudden and assertive command. So the boy shouts out in shock, his face reflecting a mixture of confusion and building irritation. Subsequently, he attempts to protest, but Arya's intense presence immediately halts his clumsy and vocal outburst. Unexpectedly, Arya pins the boy against the cold stone wall, her movements far too fast for him to track. While she looms over him, her sharp gaze signaling that she has no patience for further delay or games. Thereafter, she bluntly asks if he truly wants to save his sister, forcing him to face reality. Then she commands his cooperation, her eyes burning with a chilling and professional resolve that brooked no argument, whereby the flustered boy can only blush and stammer, overwhelmed by the young maid's unnatural and dominant aura. Arya then inquires about the phantom's appearance patterns, seeking a logical connection between the random and violent events. So Theo explains the sightings are inconsistent, sometimes occurring days apart or vanishing for a full month. Whereas the boy looks down, admitting his lack of certain knowledge despite his desperate desire to help his family. Further, he notes that although Maria remains safe for now, the bloody handprints are getting closer every night. Thereafter, Arya falls into a deep and analytical silence, carefully weighing every piece of information she has gathered. Observing the gruesome handprint, she questions why the attacker hasn't simply struck directly if their goal is murder. Because her senses detect faint traces of mana, suggesting the work of a high-level and specialized dark mage, until she asks about his family's magical attributes, learning that wind and water are their primary elemental affinities, whereby she inspects the wall again, concluding that the perpetrator's methods are intentionally designed to spread maximum terror. Finally, Arya gazes toward the city river, deciding that a thorough and immediate reinvestigation of the town is necessary. 5 days pass as Arya continues her undercover maid duties, while Maria tentatively approaches her with a question. Maria reveals she knows about the investigation, expressing her deep gratitude for Arya's secret efforts to protect her. She mentions Theo's clear fondness for Arya, giggling as she recounts his enthusiastic and happy stories about their meeting. Arya reflects on the lack of secrecy, realizing the boy couldn't keep his mouth shut despite her earlier warnings. She wonders why everyone she threatens ends up attached to her, questioning the strange patterns of her social interactions. Suddenly, Maria bows her head, the weight of her fear and the looming phantom clearly visible in her posture. Looking up with a trembling voice, the noble girl desperately asks Arya if she can truly be saved soon. Clinging to her laundry, Arya remains stoic while the surrounding silence of the mansion highlights the building internal tension. She bluntly tells Maria that survival depends on luck and that praying to a god might be her only choice. Maria falls into a melancholy silence, her eyes reflecting the cold and harsh reality presented by the young maid. Eventually, Maria decides to pray to the same god as Arya, seeking comfort in their shared and uncertain fate. Darkness envelops the Salus estate as the night arrives, hiding the supernatural secrets buried within its ancient stone walls. Arya practices her basic lifestyle water magic, manifesting a small stream to test the flow of the atmospheric mana. Research reveals a river flood occurred half a year ago, leading to a magical barrier that suppressed the spirits. The unintended consequence was a water spirit going mad after being cut off from its natural and vital source. Because Maria possesses low mana, the presence of the spirit clinging to her remained undetected by most other mages. Maria unknowingly radiates a high concentration of water attribute energy, making her the perfect target for a starving spirit. Over many years, water mana has accumulated within the mansion's walls, creating an ideal environment for the phantom's growth. The phantom initially survived on residues, but its hunger grew until it finally began targeting Maria directly for energy. Realizing the rainy season has passed, Arya prepares her bait for the monster that is now desperate for mana. Suddenly, a violent spray of water erupts against the mansion's stone wall, signaling the monster's arrival. Arya maneuvers through the courtyard with superhuman speed, leaving trails of magical light in her wake. Crouching low, the young maid recognizes the presence of the elusive phantom emerging from the deep shadows. A distorted humanoid figure clings to the vertical surface, its body dripping with a strange, viscous fluid. The creature reveals a horrific, bloated face with bulging eyes and a long, blackened tongue, gasping. Standing her ground, Arya faces the monstrous entity that has been terrorizing the noble Salus household tonight. Her appraisal crystal identifies the threat as a mad water spirit with a formidable total combat power. She acknowledges the extreme danger, knowing that even lower-ranked spirits are incredibly difficult to effectively combat. The spirit appears physically unstable, its insanity driven by being severed from its natural and vital element. Suddenly, the monster unleashes a barrage of sharp water projectiles aimed directly at the agile young maid. Arya nimbly dodges as the spirit's powerful strike shatters a nearby tree with an explosive force. Channeling her remaining mana, the girl prepares to cast her specialized hardening magic to create a weapon. She grips a jagged shard of magically reinforced earth, her small hand glowing with an intense aura. With a precise throw, she hurls the hardened projectile toward the spirit clinging to the estate wall. A single droplet falls, signaling a critical and sudden shift in the flow of the battle's momentum. The projectile impacts the monster with a sharp crack. Finally bypassing its fluidic and magical defenses, Arya realizes the entity is a purely spiritual life form, requiring a more refined and calculated magical approach. She understands that physical strikes are useless because spirits quickly regenerate using the surrounding atmospheric mana. To achieve victory, she must utilize concentrated attack magic from an entirely different and opposing elemental attribute. Lacking counter-elements, Arya decides to use earth-based hardening magic to gradually deplete the monster's magical core. Arya prepares her hardening magic, realizing the spirit's weakness lies in its inability to recover mana quickly. Her eye narrows with a chilling resolve as she identifies a narrow path to victory through magic. The monstrous water spirit looms, its unstable form flickering while its remaining magical reserves slowly deplete. Suddenly, the creature erupts, spewing a massive torrent of pressurized water from its bloated mouth. Water floods the courtyard as the spirit collapses to its knees, exhausted by its own gushing outburst. Thereafter, the monster unleashes a concentrated waterball. Arya barely evades the strike. Debris litters the once pristine garden as the brutal magical exchange tears the landscape apart. Gasping for air, the young maid huddles in a pool of water, her body racked with fatigue. Suddenly, she realizes her leg is caught in the thick, magically created mud. Looming over her, the spirit prepares a final strike, while Arya remains trapped and vulnerable. Acting quickly, she solidifies the mud beneath her feet to regain her mobility. A sudden splash erupts, She reaches for a hidden blade. The spirit roars in confusion, startled by an unfamiliar and sharp sound echoing through the garden. Suddenly, Theo and the guards burst into the clearing, shouting in terror for her safety. Arya realizes the boy's arrival has made her carefully crafted plan much more complicated than intended. Transitioning to the second phase, she manifests a stream of water to manipulate the surrounding mana. The monster reacts in shock. Finally, Arya swings her weighted wire, delivering a decisive and lethal series of impacts. Theo shouts Arya's name, frantically chasing after her through the dark and silent estate grounds. Arya nimbly vaults over the iron fence, escaping into the night to continue her secret mission alone. Looking back one last time, she leaves the confused boy behind while disappearing into the city shadows. Narrow alleys and quiet rooftops stretch across the landscape under the pale moonlight of the northern border. Arya surveys the urban district from above, noting the lack of people in the area at this hour. Standing on a tiled roof, the young girl quickly consumes a high-quality and expensive mana recovery potion. She exhales as her magical reserves replenish, preparing for an inevitable and final showdown with the spirit. Suddenly, the monstrous water entity appears below, its distorted form creeping up the side of the building. Activating her hardening magic, Arya prepares a jagged projectile to counter the monster's approach on the roof. With a precise throw, she strikes the creature's head, causing the spirit to shriek in sudden pain. The monster recoils from the impact, its unstable and watery body shuddering violently during the nocturnal encounter. Gasping for air, the entity struggles to maintain its form as Arya maintains a cold, analytical distance. Thereafter, the spirit erupts in a desperate roar, releasing a massive and uncontrolled burst of elemental mana. Arya watches the creature's frantic struggle, realizing it is a mindless life form driven solely by primitive hunger. Steeling her resolve, she vows to see this through until the corrupted water spirit finally perishes tonight. The monster unleashes a powerful water ball, the magical attack whistling through the air with lethal intent. Reacting instantly, Arya ducks behind a sturdy chimney to shield herself from the destructive and incoming blast. Water sprays violently around her as she waits for the perfect opening to launch a final counteroffensive. A massive splash douses the entire roof, momentarily obscuring the battlefield in a thick and cold mist. Finally, she notes her improvised weapon has vanished, leaving her to rely on her core magical skills. Arya concentrates, realizing she still possesses a hidden weapon bolstered by her specialized hardening magic. She hurls a newly remade pendulum at the water spirit, designed specifically to exploit its unique elemental weaknesses. Where the projectile strikes true, catching the monstrous entity completely off guard during their high-speed roof encounter, then she reveals a ceramic blade, because hardened clay becomes as strong as iron, providing a lethal edge against her spiritual opponent. As the battle continues across the slippery rooftops, while Arya maintains her focus under the pale moonlight, so she vows to stay vigilant, knowing a single mistake will lead to her certain and immediate defeat, whereby victory requires a war of attrition, slowly chipping away at the creature's massive and unstable magical reserves. Suddenly, a massive explosion of mana rocks the rooftop, signaling a powerful and unexpected intervention nearby, until a mysterious swordsman appears amidst the water spray, his presence overshadowing the remaining monster in the dark. Arya gasps for air. Thereafter, a heavy footstep lands near her as the mysterious figure demandingly asks why she is at this location. Grave reveals himself. While Arya suspects his motives, wondering if this high-ranking official has arrived as a friend or a foe, although he dismisses her efforts, coldly suggesting that such dangerous matters should be left to the professional guild. So the two stand in silence while Grave's overwhelming killing intent fills the narrow and nocturnal battlefield. Before Grave bluntly demands to know her true identity, his sharp gaze cutting through her carefully crafted disguise. Simultaneously, a dark memory surfaces, recalling Grave's father, a high priest who perished within a cold political prison. Subsequently reliving the tragedy, the young boy wept over his parents' death, questioning the cruelty of their fate. Finally, Grave vows to never forgive the dirty nobles or the world that destroyed his life. In a grim flashback, young Grave huddles in a dark corner, resenting the world while struggling for survival. But then a high-ranking noble discovers the destitute boy, pulling him from the shadows of his wretched existence. Thereafter, the man reveals himself as a friend of Grave's deceased father, much to the orphan's utter confusion. While kneeling, the officer offers a tearful apology for failing to save the boy's parents from their fate. Eventually, Grave joins Claydell's secret shadow organization, dedicating his life to fighting from the kingdom's deepest recesses. Meanwhile, political corruption festers within the higher ranks of society, threatening the stability of the entire royal territory. Subsequently, the warrior identifies those who undermine the crown's authority as evil, regardless of their own noble bloodline. Returning to the present, Grave looms over Arya on the slippery rooftops, vowing to eliminate any perceived threat, where Arya remains stoic, demandingly inquiring if the elite scout has already seen through her carefully crafted disguise. Though silent at first, Grave identifies her as the mysterious and talented child recently brought in by Vero. Further, he details her lethal exploits against forest monsters and high-level thieves. Labeling her an abnormal young girl, thereafter Grave draws his blade and demandingly asks how a mere child obtained such overwhelming and cold-blooded power. With a piercing and singular gaze, the warrior prepares to extract the truth through any means necessary tonight. As the heavy atmosphere thickens, he repeats his interrogation, forcing Arya to confront the weight of her past. However, Arya offers a vague and evasive response, her expression remaining perfectly unreadable beneath her short blonde hair. Internally, she panics, realizing that if her mother's noble ring is discovered, her hard-earned freedom will surely vanish. Graves' face remains a mask of cold discipline as he waits for a more satisfactory answer from the child. Reaching out, he demandingly orders her to surrender any evidence linking her to the kingdom's high-ranking noble houses. Suddenly, Arya unleashes her specialized phantom pain magic, catching the overconfident elite warrior completely and utterly off guard. Utilizing the momentary distraction, she bolts across the tiles to escape the overwhelming pressure of the high-ranking scout. Arya recoils in pain as a sudden and powerful sensation of phantom agony racks her small body, because she desperately swings her dagger to counter the invisible pressure while the battle on the roof intensifies, where a massive black blade arcs through the air with destructive force, narrowly missing its agile young target. As Grave lunges forward with a powerful horizontal slash, determined to end the child's constant and annoying resistance. Thereafter, Arya slides across the slippery roof tiles, barely maintaining her footing against the elite scout's overwhelming strength. While Grave stomps his boot down with authority, the impact echoing through the cold and silent city air. Then he raises his blade to his face, his eyes burning with an unyielding and lethal professional focus, whereby he warns that those who disturb the kingdom's peace will be ruthlessly crushed for the royal prosperity. Arya gasps for air, her vision blurring as fatigue and old wounds begin to take their heavy toll. Before recalling the thin security surrounding Princess Elena during that fated shopping trip in the bustling urban district, simultaneously she sets her jaw with a grim resolve, refusing to let her journey end in this place. So she assumes a low and dangerous combat stance, preparing her final and most desperate gamble for survival. Then she hurls a high-velocity throwing knife with absolute precision, aiming for an opening in the man's guard. Though Grave effortlessly deflects the projectile with a single and graceful movement of his heavy steel longsword, where Arya immediately throws a second blade, using the first attack as a calculated and tactical diversionary feint. Caught briefly off guard, the elite warrior realizes the child is utilizing advanced multi-stage and deceptive throwing techniques. Thereafter, she grips a small packet hidden in her hand, preparing to unleash a dangerous and unpredictable toxin, whereby Arya hurls a cloud of poisonous powder into the air to finally obscure her enemy's sharp vision. Grave realizes the nature of the smoke too late, his breath hitching as the toxic fumes fill his lungs. Finally, he charges through the haze with a roar, declaring her desperate and final attempts to be completely useless. Arya hurls a pouch of irritating powder to finally obscure her enemy's sharp and professional vision. Grave reels back as the stinging irritant burns his eyes while the battle continues on the roofs, and she sprints across the dark tiles while he loudly curses her cowardly and minor tricks. Then she leaps fearlessly from the high ledge into the deep shadows of the urban district below, whereby Grave recovers instantly and dives down to maintain his relentless pursuit through the cold night air. Arya desperately activates her dark magic spell to increase her weight and accelerate her rapid descent. Thereafter, she hits the ground running, weaving through the narrow and silent city streets to escape. But Grave lands with a smug smirk, noting her small efforts are useless against an elite warrior. Her weighted pendulum weapon clangs sharply as it wraps around the wooden railing of a harbor pier. So she resumes her frantic dash toward the edge of the town pier while the scout follows. Arya pauses to catch her ragged breath as the extreme physical and magical exhaustion finally sets in. A heavy footfall signals that the elite warrior has already caught up to her vulnerable position. She realizes that if Grave identifies her as the lost noble, she will lose her hard-earned freedom. Blood drips from her nose while her small body breaks under the intense pressure of constant magic. However, she looks up with a fierce gaze, refusing to let her journey end in this place. Arya assumes a low and dangerous guard, her presence hardening with an unyielding and lethal resolve. With a piercing look, the high-ranking scout demandingly asks who she actually is for a final time. Now cornered on the pier, she faces the warrior who notes her weapons are almost completely spent. Mockingly, Grave asks if she intends to end her own life with that simple and small knife. Finally, Arya glares back with an icy determination, ready to stake everything on one last desperate strike. Cornered on the dark pier, Arya faces the elite scout with a look of absolute, chilling resolve. She defiantly declares that she has no intention of dying by his hand in this wretched place. Suddenly, her foot kicks off the wooden edge, launching her small body into the cold, churning abyss. In a blur of motion, the young maid dives fearlessly toward the turbulent waters far below the harbor. A massive splash erupts as she hits the surface, the dark waves instantly swallowing her frail form whole. Grave watches the ripples, concluding that the girl chose a watery grave over a life of captive service. He reflects on how ignoring orders to kill her makes returning to the organization completely and utterly impossible. The elite warrior stands alone in the silence, staring into the black depths where the girl disappeared. Turning away from the pier, he sheathes his blade with a sharp click, ending the lethal nocturnal confrontation. Below, the violent currents swirl and roar, making any hope for survival seem utterly impossible to anyone watching. With a cold expression, the scout determines that no child could survive such a treacherous and freezing torrent. A faint, mysterious smile touches his lips as he contemplates the unlikely possibility of her continued survival. He walks into the shadows, vowing to recognize her true value if she somehow manages to live. Total darkness envelops the scene, marking a brief transition in the unfolding events of this tragic night. News of the Silas estate incident concludes, marked forever by the mysterious and sudden disappearance of a maid. The townspeople react in horror, believing the young servant became the final victim of the terrifying city phantom. Alone by the window, Maria gazes out, her expression reflecting a deep and silent sadness for her protector. Deep beneath the surface, tiny bubbles rise through the murk as something stirs within the lightless water. A massive, predatory sea monster lunges from the gloom with fangs bared to consume its next prey. Suddenly, the beast is brutally shredded into pieces, its remains drifting away in the silent, dark currents. Arya gasps for air as she crawls out of the freezing water, her body shivering from the ordeal. Behind her, pieces of the defeated sea monster float in the dark currents while she reaches for safety. Pulling herself onto the bank, she reflects on the dangerous blades aimed at her and Elena's future. Gritting her teeth, she vows with a fierce gaze that she will eventually be the one to kill Grave. High above the kingdom, the grand spires of the royal castle stand impressively against the afternoon sky. Within the palace's ornate corridors, noble ladies walk with grace, oblivious to the secrets of the dark world. One young lady exhales a weary sigh, her face reflecting a deep and building sense of internal melancholy. She contemplates the invisible rift growing between her and Elena, blaming the presence of the mysterious young maid. Reports confirm the maid vanished after an encounter with a monster in the Salus territory during her mission. Internally, the noblewoman feels a wave of relief that her rival has finally been removed from the board. Later at tea, she listens as her companion mentions the latest news regarding the vanished and tragic servant. She notes how much Elena favored the girl, feigning a look of sympathy for the princess's recent loss. Across the table, the princess offers a formal word of condolence, her expression remaining remarkably stoic and unreadable. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Elena reacts with a sudden and intense burst of suppressed and building anger. She shouts that Arya would never break their sacred promise, her voice echoing through the silent tea room. Stunned by the outburst, the noble girl stares in absolute and wide-eyed shock at the princess's fierce transformation. Ever since that day, she has been completely ignored by Elena, the silence between them growing increasingly unbearable. Her mother later berated her, demandingly ordering her to repair the damaged relationship with the royal house immediately. Despite the pressure, she enters the castle today to attend a secret meeting with another high-ranking noble girl. Finally, she approaches the sofa, where Clara Dandor sits calmly, preparing for a confrontation between the future rivals. Today marks the formal introduction of the three young noblewomen chosen as potential fiancés for the crown prince. Among them is Patricia, a high-ranking duke's daughter who maintains a gentle and polite demeanor during the gathering. Observing her rivals, the protagonist feels a cold sweat as the weight of her predestined fate looms large. Traditional protocol dictates their final ranking as future queens will be decided only after their graduation from the academy. However, she recalls a timeline where the king chose a low-ranking girl, ruining the noble premise for everyone. Regardless of the stakes, these candidates must maintain a facade of friendship as they navigate complex palace politics. Curiously, Patricia is an unpredictable anomaly who never appeared in the original story, making her a dangerous variable. While the second candidate is familiar and easy to coordinate with, the protagonist remains wary of the final girl. Shifting her gaze, she finally focuses on the third and most dangerous individual currently standing within the room. Descending from a lineage of court mages, Carla Lester possesses immense mana and mastery over all magical attributes. Her presence exudes a heavy, unnatural pressure as her dark hair flows against the bright and ornate palace interior. In the original game's narrative, this mysterious prodigy was destined to become the heroine's most powerful and lethal antagonist. A sinister smirk plays across her lips as she envisions her inevitable ascent to absolute power over the kingdom. A visceral shudder runs down the protagonist's spine as she recognizes the true, terrifying nature of the girl nearby. This is Carla Lester, the most malevolent and feared villainess, who serves as the story's ultimate hidden boss. Surrounded by thorns, her dark and predatory smile signals the beginning of a much more dangerous political game. Sudden darkness envelops the palace as the focus shifts toward a distant and much less civilized part of nature. Moving through the dense brush, the world transforms into a landscape of jagged rocks and unforgiving wilderness. Heavy rain falls over the jagged cliffs and dense forests as a cold wind howls through a narrow canyon. Within the shadows of a damp cave, a giant spider waits patiently in its web for unsuspecting prey. A monstrous giant spider hisses, its multiple black eyes fixated on the intruder entering its dark cavern. Standing at the cave's mouth, a small hooded figure prepares to face the arachnid deep within its lair. Raindrops drip from the edge of her hood as she maintains a cold and steady focus on her target. With a swift motion, Arya hurls a magically hardened stone projectile toward the beast's sticky and intricate web. A sudden explosion of impact shatters the silence, catching the massive predator completely off guard in the darkness. Sticky white strands and debris fly in every direction as the monster struggles to maintain its precarious position. One of the spider's thick, hairy legs is pinned against the rocky wall by a precise and powerful strike. The giant creature loses its footing and tumbles toward the floor, while its young opponent remains perfectly still. Shrieking in pain, the monster reveals its fangs in a final, desperate display of primal and building rage. Arya unleashes a concentrated beam of mana, striking the falling predator with lethal and absolute, cold-blooded precision. Moving like a blur, the young girl maneuvers through the air to avoid the monster's thrashing and dangerous limbs. Her eyes sharpen with intent while she swings her weighted wire weapon to deliver another crushing and decisive blow. The heavy metal weight impacts the spider's head with bone-shattering force, ending its reign of terror immediately. Leaping from the shadows, her cloak flutters in the wind as she prepares to deliver the final finishing strike. Activating her specialized thrust skill, Arya lunges forward with a burst of intense and building magical energy. A violent splatter of dark fluid marks the end of the grueling and building physical struggle against the beast. Later, Arya treks through the dense forest toward a secluded stone cottage to deliver her hard-earned spoils. She drags a heavy bundle of materials through the dirt, her body exhausted from the day's constant survival battles. Entering the workshop, she is immediately greeted by the sharp voice of her master complaining about the mud. Arya's status window reveals a massive surge in power, confirming her growth into a formidable Rank 2 adventurer. Celura, the mysterious dark elf, greets Arya with a knowing smile while observing her recent progress. Then the young apprentice approaches her master to deliver the heavy spoils from her latest forest hunt, where Celura inspects the monster parts, noting a minor flaw in how the creature was slain. Despite the criticism, she seems genuinely satisfied with the quality of the rare materials brought back. Subsequently, she ruffles Arya's hair, offering rare praise for successfully taking down a dangerous Rank 3 monster. Thereafter, Celura commands her disciple to begin processing the carcass while the day's labor continues. As seasons pass and the leaves change, Arya reaches her 8th year while living in the wilderness. Eventually, she returns to the secluded workshop, her growth as a warrior evident in her steady stride. Approaching the heavy wooden entrance, she signals her arrival with a rhythmic and cautious series of knocks. But she pauses, sensing a strange and unfamiliar tension emanating from the door's mechanical lock. Realizing a new trap has been set, she crouches low to carefully disarm the hidden mechanism. Once the path is clear, Arya tentatively pushes the door open to enter the dark interior. Suddenly, a lethal projectile whistles through the air, aimed directly at the unsuspecting girl's head. Meanwhile, the corridor remains silent as Arya processes the sudden and dangerous challenge to her safety, where the sharp needle embeds itself in the wood, vibrating inches from her unblinking and stoic eye. From the shadows, Celura demandingly inquires about the identity of the person entering her home uninvited. She continues her stern lecture, criticizing Arya's lack of discipline and her failure to remain undetected. Unfazed, the young girl presents a thick leather book, stating she came solely to return the item. Arya's gaze remains focused, knowing that every interaction with her mentor is a potential life or death test. Finally, Celura asks about her previous and foolish disciple, who stole her belongings before disappearing forever. Arya confesses she killed the master's former student, standing small against the vast workshop floor, whereas Celura responds with cold indifference, dismissing the death as a worthless end for a foolish child. Then she offers the stolen book back to Arya, commandingly ordering the young girl to depart immediately. Although Arya remains steadfast, declaring that she now has a much deeper purpose for the mysterious master. Subsequently, Celura warns her to leave this secluded place, insisting that nothing good comes from such associations. But Arya speaks up, bluntly inquiring if the master's rejection stems from her hidden identity as a member of the demon race. A heavy silence falls as Celura's eyes widen, her true and powerful aura momentarily flickering in shock. Thereafter, she demandingly asks who revealed such a guarded secret, her gaze turning sharp and predatory. Looming over the child, she questions if her former disciple talked too much before meeting her end. Arya stares back without blinking, officially requesting to be instructed in the complex arts of high-level magic. When asked for her identity, the girl notes it is a long tale beginning with a desperate struggle. Celura remains motionless, carefully weighing the extraordinary words of the remarkably stoic and talented young intruder. Finally, she exhales a weary sigh, the initial tension between the two characters slowly and visibly beginning to dissipate. Offering a moment of unexpected hospitality, the master tells Arya to approach while she prepares some tea. Sitting together, Arya details the horrific ritual involving magic stones meant to overwrite her very young soul. She declares her unyielding desire to become strong enough to finally reject her own predetermined and tragic fate. Celura stands up abruptly, her movement signaling a final and decisive change in her initial and cold stance, whereby she grants Arya the back room, officially accepting her as a disciple to begin their grueling training. Finally, she vows to forge the girl into a weapon, marking the start of a new and lethal chapter. Arya assists Celura in processing the rare materials gathered from the monstrous giant spider. Utilizing her own blood as a catalyst, she adds it to the bubbling mixture in the cauldron. While she vigorously stirs the potion under her master's vigilant and critical eye, Celura produces a bundle of high-quality magical fibers from the successful and grueling refinement process, where the dark elf commends the impressive quality of the finished product with a satisfied smirk. Thereafter, she instructs Arya to prepare a meal while explaining the intricacies of mana-infused weaving. A steaming bowl of spider meat stew serves as their unusual but nutrient-rich dinner. Though Celura questions why she chose monster meat over the available and much fresher venison, realizing her disciple lacks common sense, she declares that social education is just as vital as combat. Soon after, they transition to field training where Celura prepares to test the girl's defensive capabilities. Suddenly, she unleashes a powerful fire arrow spell, forcing Arya to react with high-speed precision. The flaming projectile whistles through the air, aimed directly at the young girl's position. Instantly, Arya manifests her specialized magic shield skill to intercept the incoming and lethal magical assault. A violent impact follows as the fire arrow shatters against the shimmering wall of pure force. Celura notes that her disciple is still using far too much mana for a single defense, Consequently, she commands Arya to sense the opponent's power to avoid wasting her precious internal energy. While explaining the mechanics of the shield, Celura emphasizes the importance of efficient and tactical mana management. Thereafter, she introduces a unique original magic designed to bind particles into a more durable form, whereby Arya successfully manifests a light shield, a versatile defense capable of nullifying low-level attack spells. Finally, Celura watches with a grave expression, realizing her disciple's potential far exceeds her initial expectations. Arya reels in surprise as her master continues the grueling magical training session deep within the silent forest. Sweat beads on the young girl's forehead while she struggles to maintain her composure during the intense lesson. Celura commands her disciple to continue her independent studies before walking away into the thick evening shadows. Arya realizes the disguise on her hair is finally fading, needing a more permanent magical solution for concealment. Utilizing her growing illusion skills, she successfully alters her hair's gloss, earning a rare and satisfied master's praise. Later at night, Celura reflects on her previous disciple, who arrived years ago with a heart full of greed. The master recounts how that woman spoke of a preordained future and the hidden secrets of their world. In a distant memory, the thief boasts about her inevitable rise to power within a scripted and fictional reality. Celura's initial shock fades into a weary resignation as she realizes the depth of her former student's madness. Sipping her drink, she notes that the woman never considered the possibility of being killed by her prey. The master dismisses the student's delusions as nonsense, though she admits to feeling a faint spark of pity. Arya listens with a serious expression, her sharp eyes processing the tragic and cautionary tale of her predecessor. Celura acknowledges the serious talent the girl possesses, signaling a growing and genuine respect between the two characters. While eating soup, the disciple hears about the woman's lack of discipline and her constant and lazy shortcuts. They discuss the creation of the strange magic stone, a project fueled by absolute and dark obsession alone. Celura ponders if the woman could have been a proper researcher had she not chosen a path of violence. The young girl continues her quiet labor at the table, absorbing every word of her master's profound life lessons. Eventually, the lantern flickers as the master commands her student to finally rest after a long day's work. Total darkness fills the narrow hallway as the workshop settles into a heavy and silent nocturnal peace. Celura watches from the doorway while Arya reflects on the cold difficulty of ever truly placing trust in others. Celura watches over the sleeping child, her gaze softening with a rare and unexpected sense of motherly affection. Arya rests peacefully after a long day, finding a moment of genuine safety within the master's secluded forest workshop. Daily chores become part of her training as she vigorously chops wood under the dark elf's watchful, critical eye. Moving with increasing agility, the young girl relentlessly practices her strikes against forest creatures to hone her lethal skills. During a quiet moment, Celura assists Arya with washing her hair, further strengthening the growing bond between master and disciple. Utilizing the refined magical fibers, Arya painstakingly spins them into a sturdy thread, using a traditional wooden spindle tool. Training intensifies as she masters the magic shield, successfully blocking a powerful surge of elemental mana from her master. The young girl presents a jar of foraged honey, her stoic demeanor momentarily lightened by a simple discovery. Meticulous notes and detailed sketches of rare medicinal herbs fill the pages of her growing and vital alchemy journal. 1 month passes in the quiet wilderness as the seasons shift and Arya's martial progress begins to accelerate significantly. Finally, the two characters stand together, inspecting the results of their long and coordinated efforts within the workshop. A specialized hidden weapon known as a pendulum is revealed, featuring sharp blades attached to mana-conductive magical thread. Celura smirks at her student's success, noting that the lethal tool is now perfectly calibrated for actual combat usage. Total silence falls over the secluded stone cottage as the nocturnal forest comes alive under the pale moonlight. A mysterious hooded figure emerges from the deep shadows, his presence radiating a powerful and unsettling sense of danger. Celura explains that the pendulum utilizes blood-infused thread, allowing for precise and high-speed manipulation through focused internal mana. A sudden heavy knock echoes through the workshop as an uninvited visitor arrives at the cottage's wooden entrance. Celura and Arya exchange a sharp and silent look, their keen senses detecting a formidable and hidden strength nearby. Commanding her disciple to suppress her presence, The master orders Arya to hide deep within the back rooms immediately. Arya huddles against the cold stone wall, while Celura prepares to confront the powerful intruder standing at their doorstep. Celura begrudgingly permits the visitor to enter, while Arya remains hidden and observes the unfolding situation closely. A single well-dressed foot steps across the threshold, breaking the heavy silence of the secluded forest workshop. A handsome man named Dino enters with a graceful bow, mockingly addressing Celura as his beloved master. Celura's expression remains icy and detached as she demandingly asks why the former disciple has returned now. Dino offers a smug and confident smile, unfazed by his former teacher's visible and building hostility toward him. He reveals his new status as the branch leader of the Assassin's Guild, seeking assistance with a troublesome job. Rejecting the request, the master declares she has retired from assassination, while Arya listens intently from the shadows. A vision reveals her past as the legendary war demon, Celura, a formidable warrior of the demon army. Dino continues his subtle threats, noting that her survival would draw the unwanted attention of the entire Night Order. With a predatory grin, the man acknowledges the presence of a hidden third person within the small cottage. Celura's gaze sharpens dangerously, sensing the lethal intent radiating from her former student during this tense encounter. Dino mockingly suggests that as a fellow disciple, he should properly take care of the new apprentice maid. Her patience finally snapping, the master roars the man's name with a building and terrifyingly intense magical pressure. An aura of pure fury envelops the dark elf as she prepares to defend her home and her student. Unimpressed by the outburst, Dino maintains his leisurely and superior posture while continuing to provoke his old master. Arya realizes that making an enemy of the Assassin's Guild would result in a lifetime of constant, lethal pursuit. The two high-level warriors face off in the workshop, the air vibrating with the pressure of their conflicting mana. Celura finally yields to the pressure, demandingly asking if he truly understands the consequences of this final request. Dino smiles broadly with absolute satisfaction, knowing that he has successfully manipulated the legendary war demon once again. Suddenly, Arya steps forward and declares that she will be the one to listen to the target information. Celura and Dino react in shock as Arya suddenly reveals her presence within the small, dim workshop. Stepping out from the shadows, the young girl displays a cold and unyielding resolve that startles both adults. Celura urgently commands her student to retreat, but Arya insists on taking the master's place for this mission. Moving decisively, the apprentice ignores the master's attempts to stop her, while Dino observes the spectacle with amusement. She argues that her lack of human sentiment makes her better suited for the brutal work of an assassin. With a piercing gaze, Arya declares her unyielding ambition to attain absolute strength regardless of the moral cost. Celura stands speechless, her expression reflecting a mixture of profound concern and disbelief at the child's dark transformation. Dino demandingly asks if she is truly capable of taking a human life, receiving a cold and immediate affirmation. Laughing, the guild leader proposes a test, questioning if she would even kill for a simple entrance exam. Arya's eye burns with a lethal intensity as she vows to eliminate anyone designated as her enemy. Caught off guard by her bloodlust, Dino's gaze sharpens as he recognizes the monster lurking within the girl. Satisfied, the man claps his hands together and officially assigns the dangerous task to his new fellow disciple. He explains that the guild only targets irredeemable individuals, asking Arya to dispose of a specific piece of trash. Thereafter, Dino hands over a small parchment containing the vital details of her very first official assassination target. Dino bids a mocking farewell to Celura before disappearing into the dark and silent forest outside the cottage. The workshop remains still as the master and disciple process the gravity of the pact they just made. Celura turns to her disciple, her face clouded as she contemplates the dangerous and lonely road ahead. Exhaling a weary sigh, the master reflects on the tragic cycle of violence that has now claimed another student. Without another word, Celura retreats into the back rooms, leaving Arya alone with her new and lethal purpose. Arya prepares her gear, gathering her blades and supplies for the difficult journey that will define her future. Arya meticulously packs her few belongings into a small travel bag, preparing for her first mission alone. Carrying her pack, she walks through the silent workshop corridor to meet her master for the final time, where Celura waits, her arms crossed as she acknowledges her disciple's unwavering and cold determination. While sitting together, the master admits she can no longer treat the young girl as a child needing protection. So a rare, gentle smile touches the dark elf's lips, signaling a deep and genuine shift in their relationship. Thereafter, Celura commands Arya to live as an independent individual, while the heavy weight of their parting lingers. As Arya listens, the Master officially respects her chosen will to walk the path of a lethal assassin. Subsequently, the Dark Elf requests one final conversation, inviting her student to sit for a moment of truth. She recounts the dark history of the Dark Elves, long persecuted by humans as the cursed evil race, whereas, forced by tragedy, Celura became the war demon, killing relentlessly to ensure her younger sister's survival, until fragmented memories surface of a life spent amidst blood and corpses on a never-ending, horrific battlefield, whereby a discarded locket triggered a sudden realization that she possessed absolutely nothing of value for her own soul. Because despite the honors, she continued to slaughter without purpose, a mere puppet of the demon army's orders. Thereafter, she reflects on the absolute hollowness of her former existence, while the cost of her sins finally settled. Although her young sister's joyful laughter remained her only anchor during those dark years of constant war, until she eventually faked her death on a remote battlefield to finally escape the demon military's suffocating reach. Where 50 years have passed since she began living in isolation, yet the past continues to haunt her heart. Furthermore, Celura explains that outcasts must survive within the ruthless underworld where power is the only law. Simultaneously, she mentions instructing Dino, helping Arya understand why the Guildmaster claims her as his master. Finally, Celura leans in close to deliver a vital piece of advice for the girl's dangerous upcoming journey. Celura reveals her combat decline results from magic stones rather than just old age during their final talk. She explains that possessing 4 attributes is typically fatal, as few hearts can endure such overwhelming power. Arya recalls Elena's similar struggle, realizing the heavy price paid for extraordinary and rare magical talent. High mana concentrations often force rapid physical growth, placing an immense and unbearable burden on young hearts. The Master strictly warns Arya against dungeon gifts, which grant immense power at the cost of lifespan. Transitioning to the departure, Celura prepares a final bag of essential equipment for her departing disciple's mission. The gear includes specialized leather armor and sturdy boots crafted from exceptionally rare and high-ranking monster skins. Fitting the new equipment, Arya notes the leather vambrace is slightly oversized for her current physical frame. Celura details the hidden mechanism, a compact and lethal crossbow designed for perfect concealment during assassinations. This enchanted gear possesses regenerative properties, utilizing the user's own mana to mend any minor battle damage. Before the final farewell, the Master begins meticulously braiding her student's hair for the long journey ahead. Celura softly commands Arya to survive and eventually discover the true meaning of her own independent existence. Looking down, the young girl offers a quiet and rare word of gratitude to her master, Celura. Leaving the secluded forest cottage behind, Arya sets out alone into the vast and unforgiving wilderness once more. From the shadows, a concealed observer tracks her every movement, his gaze cold and calculatingly precise. A hidden assassin watches from a high branch, confirming the target's final departure from the Dark Elf's home. He reflects on his official mission to monitor Celura and ensure her new disciple never escapes his watch. The scout ponders the impossibility of a Dark Elf and her student ever truly blending into human society. Heavy rain begins to fall as Arya navigates the dense thickets, her figure small amidst the dark woods. The young girl continues her trek through the storm, her focus remaining sharp despite the grueling weather. The hidden observer is startled as the young girl suddenly vanishes from his sight during the storm. Subsequently perched on a branch, the scout frantically scans the dark forest, unable to comprehend her incredible speed. Meanwhile, a sudden heavy presence looms nearby as the man realizes that Arya is now hunting him instead. Then he turns in a panic, sweat dripping down his face while he searches for the invisible young intruder. Whereby the warrior remains perched, his guard completely shattered by the child's unexpected and high-level concealment skills. As he stares into the thick shadows, his breathing shallow while the silence of the woods grows unbearable. Until convincing himself she merely passed by, the man attempts to regain his composure amidst the pouring rain. But suddenly a lethal wire strikes from the darkness, catching the unsuspecting observer completely off guard from behind. Whereby the scout gasps for air as the magical thread tightens around his neck with a brutal force. Tumbled down, the man hits the dirt hard, while his internal consciousness begins rapidly fading away. He reaches out with a trembling hand, failing against the young girl's overwhelming and cold physical pressure. Arya looms over her fallen pursuer, her expression as cold and unfeeling as the winter frost nearby. From his perspective on the ground, the scout demandingly asks why she chose to return for him now. Then Arya coldly explains that he was certain she had passed, mocking his lack of awareness and skill. Identifying him as Dino's monitor, she utilizes her specialized shadow magic to control the dark and silent environment, whereby she realizes that Dino never truly trusted her, only using her as a tool to control her master, where her gaze sharpens with a dark and building intensity, processing the cold betrayal of the guild leader. Thereafter, leaving the fallen man in the dirt, the young girl prepares to walk her own path alone. And Arya declares, with chilling resolve, that everyone involved in this scheme has now become her mortal enemy. Finally, she gazes at the distant horizon, vowing to survive until she can finally settle every outstanding score. Celura reveals her combat decline results from magic stones, rather than just old age during their final talk. She explains that possessing 4 attributes is typically fatal, as few hearts can endure such overwhelming power. Arya recalls Elena's similar struggle, realizing the heavy price paid for extraordinary and rare magical talent. High mana concentrations often force rapid physical growth, placing an immense and unbearable burden on young hearts. The master strictly warns Arya against dungeon gifts, which grant immense power at the cost of lifespan. Transitioning to the departure, Celura prepares a final bag of essential equipment for her departing disciple's mission. The gear includes specialized leather armor and sturdy boots crafted from exceptionally rare and high-ranking monster skins. Fitting the new equipment, Arya notes the leather vambrace is slightly oversized for her current physical frame. Celura details the hidden mechanism, a compact and lethal crossbow designed for perfect concealment during assassinations. This enchanted gear possesses regenerative properties, utilizing the user's own mana to mend any minor battle damage. Before the final farewell, the master begins meticulously braiding her student's hair for the long journey ahead. Celura softly commands Arya to survive and eventually discover the true meaning of her own independent existence. Looking down, the young girl offers a quiet and rare word of gratitude to her master, Celura. Leaving the secluded forest cottage behind, Arya sets out alone into the vast and unforgiving wilderness once more. From the shadows, a concealed observer tracks her every movement, his gaze cold and calculatingly precise. A hidden assassin watches from a high branch, confirming the target's final departure from the Dark Elf's home. He reflects on his official mission to monitor Celura and ensure her new disciple never escapes his watch. The scout ponders the impossibility of a Dark Elf and her student ever truly blending into human society. Heavy rain begins to fall as Arya navigates the dense thickets, her figure small amidst the dark woods. The young girl continues her trek through the storm, her focus remaining sharp despite the grueling weather. Arya holds the magic stone, wondering if the water spirit has finally returned to the peaceful spirit realm, because the small gem is the only legacy remaining from the phantom's long and tragic reign of terror. Suddenly, a suspicious sound from the mansion alerts her, prompting the young girl to maintain her lethal focus, where she nimbly vanishes into the thick foliage to avoid any unwanted attention from the estate's household guards. Meanwhile, Theo and Maria gaze into the darkness, their expressions reflecting the heavy weight of the night's events. Peeking from behind a sturdy trunk, Arya observes the siblings before officially beginning her long and solitary journey. Thereafter, she scales a nearby tree, her movements fluid and silent as she prepares to leave the territory. Theo senses a lingering presence in the woods, his heart racing while he searches for his mysterious protector. Arya casts one final look toward the villa, her stoic mask hiding the complex emotions stirred by their meeting. 10 days later, she arrives at Heidel County, a thriving commercial hub known for its massive and industrial districts. Navigating the dark city streets, she approaches a suspicious and hooded figure waiting within a narrow, quiet alley. With a sudden and practiced movement, she hurls a projectile to catch the informant completely off guard tonight. The stranger recoils in shock, unable to comprehend the overwhelming magical pressure radiating from such a small child. Arya demandingly requests passage to the graveyard, forcing the man to act as her guide through the slums. Thereafter, she follows the informant into the gloom, her boots clicking against the cold and ancient stone pavement. The man warns her that sloppy spies find their way to the execution block within this unforgiving, noble territory. Arya realizes the local lord is complicit, accepting that her next mission will be far more dangerous than expected. The guild's secret base resides deep beneath the city's grand chapel, hidden amongst the silent and lightless graves. Reaching the final stone hallway, the guide commands the young maid to continue her journey alone from here. Finally, she enters a heavy door marked with the number 6, stealing her resolve for the coming confrontation. Entering a solemn stone chamber, Araya cautiously navigates between rows of heavy and silent sarcophagi. After pushing aside a massive lid, she discovers a hidden passage leading into the lightless depths below. Having descended into the darkness, the young girl follows the narrow stairs toward the guild's inner sanctum. While peering through her mask, her sharp eyes scan the lightless chamber for any hidden lethal threats. Suddenly, a voice rings out, a woman with a sinister smile announcing her long and patient wait. Kira reveals herself in ornate attire, mockingly addressing Arya as the legendary Dark Elf's newest little disciple. Arya stands her ground, facing the eccentric senior who sits comfortably upon a raised in stone platform. Thereafter, Kira questions the child's lethality, doubting if such a small frame can truly execute a target. Although remaining stoic, the young apprentice bluntly demandingly asks for the identity of the strange woman. Consequently identifying herself as a senior, Kira warns the newcomer to choose her words with more care. With a predatory glint, the assassin threatens to accidentally end the girl's life if further provoked tonight. Nevertheless, silent and focused, Arya maintains her guard while measuring the overwhelming pressure from her opponent, whereby utilizing her appraisal skill, she identifies the woman as a formidable warrior with massive combat power. Furthermore, Kira mockingly suggests making Arya a pet, while the child realizes a direct confrontation is impossible. Meanwhile, hidden beneath her cloak, Arya's hand grips her blade while she contemplates revealing her trump cards. Unexpectedly, Dino interrupts the tension, demandingly inquiring what Kira is doing with his new and talented recruit. Then the guildmaster enters the chamber, his presence immediately shifting the power dynamic within the room. Whereas Kira dismisses her actions as guidance, Dino sighs at the woman's predictable and annoying behavior. Shortly after, Dino officially welcomes Arya to the guild, prompting her to immediately ask about her assignment. Finally ignoring the bickering between the two seniors, she prepares to begin her dark and dangerous life. Kira stares mockingly at the newcomer, while Arya maintains her cold and unreadable expression. Dino sternly warns them that infighting is strictly prohibited within the guild's hidden walls. Jumping down from her perch, Kira begins to circle the young apprentice like a predator. Kira moves like a lethal blur, testing the young girl's combat and survival reflexes. Kira presses a sharp blade against Arya's throat, yet the child doesn't even flinch. Reacting with lethal intent, Arya's hand instinctively reaches for her own hidden pendulum weapon. Arya's blade grazes Kira's cheek, drawing fresh blood during their high-speed exchange. Kira recoils in absolute shock as the soot-covered brat successfully counters her professional movements. Arya readies her needle dagger, prepared to strike again if the senior continues her provocation. Dino exhales a weary sigh, lamenting the immediate and chaotic nature of his new recruit. Fresh blood trickles down Kira's face while her initial amusement transforms into building fury. Staring at the crimson on her fingertips, the assassin trembles with an overwhelming dark rage. Kira's sanity seemingly shatters as she prepares to unleash her full and unrestrained killing intent. Kira lunges forward with her weapon, seeking a lethal finish against the insolent child. Dino roars Kira's name through the chamber, commandingly ordering her to stop the slaughter. He coldly warns that any further aggression will result in Kira being designated for immediate purge. Her face contorted with hatred, Kira barely restrains herself from continuing the violent and lethal exchange. Dino advises Arya to ignore such petty provocations, and the young girl offers a quiet acknowledgement. Thereafter, the guildmaster begins their formal tour, leading them deeper into the subterranean fortress. Walking away, Arya remains vigilant, sensing Kira's murderous and lingering gaze boring into her back. Kira's eyes widen with a murderous and building intensity, her glare reflecting a deep and growing hatred for Arya. Dino continues his explanation, sternly stating that internal conflict is strictly forbidden within the guild's secret walls. Walking ahead, the guild leader notes that only individuals capable of crossing the line can join them. Arya listens silently, processing the fact that very few official assassin guild branches exist within the entire kingdom. Heavy footsteps echo through the corridor, while Dino admits that the exact number of active assassins remains unknown. He mentions that various noble houses and free organizations often employ their own specialized and lethal killing units. Arya's gaze remains cold and sharp as she steels her nerves for the upcoming and inevitable dangerous mission. Dino looks back with a casual smile, inquiring if his new recruit has any lingering doubts about her assignment. The pair continues navigating the dark subterranean labyrinth, with Arya briefly stating that she has no further questions. Finally sitting down, Dino begins to detail the specific nature of her entrance exam and first official contract. He warns that Celura will be held responsible for any failures, causing Arya to narrow her eyes and focus. Dino explains that the request comes from a former adventurer who has suffered an absolute and devastating personal loss. A tragic image depicts the client mourning a loved one slain by a group of 3 ruthless newbie hunters. Having reached his limit with the legal world, the man turned to the shadows to seek absolute vengeance. Dino points toward a remote dungeon where the targets are known to frequent for their cruel and violent sport. The guild leader promises a reward 10 times the down payment if the young girl successfully executes the task. 3 gleaming gold coins are presented on the table, serving as the initial advance for the high-stakes mission. Arya contemplates the value of the payment, weighing 30 gold pieces against the weight of 3 human lives. She clenches a coin tightly, realizing the client likely incurred massive debt just to facilitate this dark request. Finally, Dino gestures toward a dark room filled with various weapons that Arya is now free to utilize. A small lantern flickers to life, illuminating the dark and dusty entrance to the guild's weapon storage. Arya enters the cavernous chamber, her small frame surrounded by stacks of old crates and discarded equipment. She explores the old coal mine, noting the lack of lamps to maintain the facility's low-visibility environment. While inspecting a rusted blade, the young girl realizes these weapons are far too damaged for actual combat. Suddenly, a voice rings out as a muscular young man approaches her within the dim and quiet armory. Arya looks back with a wary gaze, demandingly inquiring about the identity of the strange and unannounced visitor. Thereafter, the stranger introduces himself as Guy. Greeting the girl, he mockingly addresses as the soot-covered Cinderella. As status windows reveal Guy as a high-ranking human warrior with a formidable total combat power of over 200. Arya processes the numbers, realizing Guy possesses a level of strength remarkably similar to her earlier rival, Clara. Meanwhile, Guy laughs heartily, recounting the chaotic scene Clara caused and her predictable and noisy outburst from earlier. So Arya bluntly asks for his purpose. While Guy explains, he came to offer several vital pieces of advice. Further, he warns the newcomer to remain cautious, specifically naming individuals within the guild that must be avoided. Whereby Guy raises 5 fingers, signaling that 5 specific and lethal monsters currently reside within this secret branch. Then he describes Xiaoga, a berserker dwarf whose combat prowess is legendary for its absolute and destructive brutality. Next is the old elven sorcerer known as the Wise Man, a master of ancient and high-level magic. Following that, Lada follows, a shadow user from the Cat Beastkin tribe who strikes with untraceable and lethal professional precision, whereas Clara is also on the list, identified as a deceptive beauty who manipulates targets through lies and charm, before he finally warns of the executioner Goad, a man bound in heavy chains deep within a high-security cell, whose gaze reflects a shattered sanity, his presence radiating an overwhelming and bone-chilling pressure of absolute death. Eventually, Guy concludes that Goad is a monster in human skin, appearing only when the guild requires a purge. Arya realizes Clara retreated quickly upon hearing about the executioner, understanding the true hierarchy of the guild's power. Thereafter, Guy mentions her first assignment, noting it was previously ignored due to the low pay and high difficulty. Guy expresses concern about a child handling such a grim debut, but Arya remains indifferent to his adult worries. He warns that first missions often end in death, yet the young girl simply offers a quiet and focused acknowledgement. Guy offers a cheerful farewell as he departs, leaving the apprentice alone within the dim and silent weapon storage. Arya continues her inspection of the crates, concluding that the available armaments are unsuitable for her upcoming and secret mission. Meanwhile, Guy walks through the stone hallways, unaware of the lethal potential brewing within the Dark Elf's small disciple. Guy turns back with a smile, surprised to find the girl has already returned to her independent and quiet labor. Suddenly, Lada emerges from the shadows, her cat-like features reflecting a predatory curiosity toward the branch's newest member. Lada asks Guy about his mission while their tails twitch, highlighting the strange and inhuman nature of the guild's residents. She mockingly warns him against being overprotective, her sharp teeth bared in a sinister and playful assassin's grin. Unfazed, Guy tells her to focus on her own duties, while Aria observes the interaction from a safe distance. Aria reflects on her current physical limits, knowing that she cannot yet defeat the guild's elite in direct combat. Walking through the open fields, she realizes that every step toward her goal requires absolute and unwavering focus tonight. She recalls sensing multiple hostile auras since entering the basement, confirming the guild is a den of lethal predators. Realizing her current chances of victory are slim, the young girl steels her heart for even more grueling training. Her mind drifts back to earlier battles where she struggled against much larger and physically superior monster opponents. Aria remembers the unexpected warmth of Celura's guidance, a feeling that reminds her of the family she once lost. Suddenly, she rejects the comfort, realizing that relying on another's kindness is a fatal weakness in her world. Her eyes burn with a fierce and building resolve, vowing to discard any sentiment that hinders her survival.